Chapter 2347. The treading shadow horse was a type of immortal horse in the legends. It was said that it could travel freely between the mortal and immortal worlds. Of course, it was only a legend. It was one of the countless speculations of the lower realm cultivators about the immortal court. However, they were all experienced and knowledgeable people in the origin world. There were very few species that could escape their recognition. Since more than 10 half-immortals couldn't recognize it, it meant that its origin was mysterious and unfathomable. With this initial impression, the actions of the half-immortals were somewhat cautious. The current cultivation world was extremely chaotic. Blackmail was one thing, but falling into an inexplicable danger was another. The half-immortals stared at the treasured carriage. They didn't say anything for a while. They wanted to see the identity of the person driving the carriage. Was it someone sent by the Huangting Taoism to negotiate? However, the treasured carriage didn't stop. Instead, it drew a beautiful curve and finally stopped in front of the dead and desolate star that was no longer emitting light and heat. The driver pulled the reins tightly. The 9 dragon horses galloped and raised their hooves. One after another, they stood up and neighed loudly. They were extremely violent. However, under the comfort of the driver, they finally stopped. The carriage and the 9 dragon horses stopped in the air. They faced the more than 10 half-immortals in front of them and the cultivators further away. They didn't say anything and just looked at each other from a distance. They didn't come to negotiate. They came to provoke. This was the first visualization of all the cultivators. Because they noticed that there was someone in the treasured carriage, but they didn't get off. It was as if they were grooming themselves in front of a mirror. Was it a visitor? What was her origin? She was too arrogant. She dared to act like this in front of more than 10 half-immortals. The half-immortals had their own confidence. Although the 9 dragon horses looked very extraordinary, they didn't really care about them. The only thing they were a little afraid of was that mysterious woman. As for the driver, he was just a nobody. He was automatically excluded from their range of attention. Both sides faced each other awkwardly. It was as if whoever spoke first would lose the initiative. However, the half-immortals had plenty of time. They were experienced and wouldn't be frightened by this inexplicable momentum. To be honest, other than being strange, they really didn't see anything special about the 9 dragon horses, the carriage, and the person. The woman was still putting on her makeup. Her movements were elegant, and her figure was faintly discernible. Even if one couldn't see her face, one could guess that she was definitely a peerless beauty just from her movements. Could it be that the Huangting Taoism was a honey trap, and this carriage was a hollow room? She first applied the powder, then drew her eyebrows, lips, and put on makeup. The woman's movements were very slow, as if she was moving in slow motion. Then, she became somewhat fragmented. Her entire person, including the carriage and the 9 dragon horses, became unreal, as if they were just projections on the surface of the water, and a stone could break the peace and harmony. Not good. The half-immortals were the first to realize the danger, followed by the cultivators who were watching from behind. However, even though they realized the danger, they might not be able to struggle. In just an instant, they felt as if they had fallen into a strange force field. The huge star in front of them also became blurry, as if it was no longer a star, but a huge black hole. The huge suction force made all the cultivators lose control of themselves, and they were all passively sucked in one after another. First, it was the idlers with lower cultivation levels, and then it was the half-immortals' turn. Other than desperately operating their Tao realm to resist, they couldn't even find a target to resist. The BMWs and cars had already disappeared without a trace, and now their opponent had become a real cave image. The cave image that was created out of thin air was pulled in by them powerlessly. No one had entered the cave image before, but they knew that this was it. The abnormally strong radiation filled the entire space. The more they went in, the more intense the suction became, and the cultivators whose cultivation levels were not high enough began to cry out in fear. "It's none of my business. It's none of my business. I'm just here to watch the show." The intensity of the cave image suddenly stopped. Because if it continued to intensify, people would die. Obviously, The person controlling the cave image was stuck at this point. A faint voice said, "My master said that the struggle for the Tao fragment depends on each person's ability, but it's not good to bully the weak. You all snatched Ju's yarns today, then can I also snatch yours? It's true that the universe is chaotic, but you still have to abide by the rules. This is also related to whether your Tao is upright or not. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I won't say it a second time, so take care of yourselves." Suddenly, it was as if everything had returned to normal. The stars were still hanging high, the 9 horses were still pawing their hooves, and the beauties were still dressing up, as if it was just a nightmare. But everyone knew that it wasn't a nightmare. They were really only one step away from death. The chi and blood in their bodies were surging, their magic power was greatly damaged, and their Tao realm was in chaos. And all of this was just a heavenly phenomenon casually created by the other party. Because of their low cultivation levels, the idlers only felt fear in their hearts, but they still couldn't see what was really happening. But the half-immortals were much stronger than them. The instant the cave image disappeared and the treasured carriage reappeared, they discovered that the entire carriage was bathed in an extremely soft light. Although it was very short, it was incomparably clear. That light didn't belong to the main world's mortal artifacts. They were completely sure that it was the treasure light of a real immortal artifact. A half-immortal said in fear and trepidation, "I didn't know that immortal would grace us with your presence." This junior disciple made a fool of himself, and he reaped what he sowed. "We will leave immediately and turn over a new leaf, and we will no longer use this method of taking things by force. But, immortal, please leave your name, so that we can remind ourselves from time to time, if we have any achievements in the future, we must know which immortal guided us to the right path." There was no reply. The beauties were done with their makeup, and now they started to remove their makeup. Only the driver respectfully brought out a basin of steaming hot water and handed it into the carriage. "Master, the water that you boiled to wash your feet is already done." A cave image was only used to boil a basin of water to wash feet. And it also almost used them as firewood to burn. Everyone was even more terrified. None of them had come into contact with immortals, and they didn't know the temperament of immortals, so who would dare to ask more? Slowly retreating, a half-immortal mustered up his courage, and this time he asked the driver. "Immortal." The driver waved his hand. "I am not some immortal, I am just a driver." The light and shadow peeled off, and the treasured carriage disappeared instantly, disappearing into space. Although the immortal disappeared, the half-immortals didn't dare to go against him in secret. In front of this kind of absolute power, any small trick would be courting death. They were still slowly retreating, as if the immortal had never left. The might of the cave image was really too terrifying. Although it couldn't take their lives for the time being, if it pulled them further in, it would be very mysterious. A half-immortal couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you heard of an immortal who likes to remove makeup?" No one replied, and after a long time, a half-immortal said hesitantly, "I have never heard of an immortal with this habit, but there is one, who seems to like to put on skin." Another half-immortal shouted, "Quickly leave. Chattering nonsense, you dare to say anything, don't you want to live?" Chapter 2348. In the sky, 2 figures were laughing as they hurried on their way. Xia Bingji turned her head to look at the sloppy guy beside her. "Little Yi, you lied to me again. I'm afraid this carriage is not an ordinary thing. You said it was a gift from a friend. I think you're robbing an immortal." "Little Yi, it can't be true, right?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Wife, other than a sword, everything else on your man is a gift from a friend. It's been like this since I built my foundation. Who asked me to have so many friends? As for the carriage, it should be an immortal item, but it might also be a defective immortal item. A friend of mine who does business in the immortal world gave it to me. Later on, this friend met with an accident." Xia Bingji was speechless. "Nonsense. You have so many friends, especially Dafar. He would rather die than leave his things to you. From foundation establishment to half-immortal. Ian, why haven't I met a friend like this?" The carriage was Yang Di's. It was the one he and Chong Lu Sheng tore apart in Winged Sky. This guy had a pile of immortal items in his pocket, but he couldn't self-destruct because he couldn't destroy immortal items as a half-immortal. So Lu Xiaoyi benefited from it. Of course, it was useless to him. So what if Yang Di had a body full of treasures? In the hands of the swordsman, he didn't even have a chance to use them. The important thing is still the person. If you don't understand this point, don't ever go to the top of the pyramid. So, ugly people are always more popular than beautiful people. Because people who are with me feel superior. I have a lot of friends. Wife, you can't do it. No matter who you stand with, they will all be compared to ugly duckling. Who would be willing to be your friend? But it doesn't matter. What's mine is yours. There are a lot of immortal items. There will be more in the future. I'm just afraid that you will be blind in the end. Xia Bingji curled her lips. I don't care. She was really speechless. The heavenly Tao was like this. The more one didn't care about the items, the more the heavenly Tao would stuff them into their hands. The more one needed something, the more stingy it would be. So weird. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to resort to such crooked methods? Why do you still want me to put on makeup? I won't listen to you in the future. If this gets out, I'll be embarrassed to death. Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. This is a kind of psychological cue. That's how it's written in novels. If we don't do this, won't our future biographies be dry? Letting Xia Bingji dress up in the carriage was just a smokescreen. With her in front, no one would think that this matter had something to do with him, which would save a lot of trouble. Of course, no one would suspect Xia Bingji. How could a young spirit supreme have such an ability? The focus was on the dead star. It was the key to Lu Xiaoyi activating the phenomenon realm. A black hole, in terms of physics, was formed by the collapse of a star. Of course, not every star that had finished burning would end up like this. Only a very small number of them needed various conditions to coincide. Lu Xiaoyi relied on the essence of this star to successfully create the phenomenon realm. However, his ability was limited for the time being. If he really wanted to use this realm to kill people, he might be able to kill those supremes, but it was beyond the power of half-immortals. In the end, he still had to use the flying sword. But if it was a threat, then it was just right. For pretending to be an immortal, it was inappropriate to kill people. The layer of light on the carriage was the natural self-protection of the immortal artifact when it encountered danger. As a result, the half-immortals who lost half of their souls were even more convinced that the person sitting in the carriage was a real immortal. It could be considered an unintentional act. In short, this matter was handled satisfactorily. No blood was spilled, and those who had bad intentions were scared away. For a long time in the future, the vicinity of Juxian would be safe because of those idle people who liked to spread the news. The key was that they didn't expose themselves. This allowed the two of them to continue their carefree and happy journey. Lu Xiaoyi's desire to fight with half-immortals was really dull. He had already set his sights on a higher level because he was very clear that as the new era got closer and closer, not to mention his impersonation, even the whereabouts of real immortals would appear in the origin world. That would be the start of the real test. The journey was leisurely and leisurely. He devoted himself to the void of the universe and did not pursue speed. Along the way, when he saw a celestial phenomenon that interested Xia Bingji, he would go and take a look. This process made him very surprised. I say, wife, how did you reach this realm? I see that you rarely travel in the void. Xia Bingji lightly smiled. What? Is there definitely no way out if I stay in the domain to cultivate? Must I come to the void of the universe to fight to the death? Like you, I go everywhere to make friends. I don't have many opportunities to come out. Huangting Taoism can be considered rich in resources, so it seems that I don't need to rush about outside. The universe is as big as the heart. Little Yi, your universe is different from mine. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. No wonder people are envious of you. Sitting at home, the Tao comes from the sky. That's what you're talking about, right? I can't do it. If I sit for too long, the only thing that falls is a brick. Xia Bingji sweetly smiled. But I also have my limitations. For example, I can't fight, I can't compete, I can't establish my Tao. I can be satisfied with this situation, but you can't. Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. The so-called cultivation still depends on longevity. What they were talking about was actually the two kinds of cultivation attitudes in the cultivation world. In Lu Xiaoyi's circle, there were basically people who fought for the great Tao, who were all-powerful, and who hoped to leave their own legends in the history of cultivation. Therefore, the way of cultivation was full of difficulties and hardships, and life and death could happen in an instant. But in fact, there was another way of cultivation. In fact, it was also the true essence of cultivation. It was only for longevity. Take Xia Bingji for example. You could think that she was muddling along, but it could also be understood as going with the flow. In the cultivation world, there were a large number of people with this kind of cultivation philosophy, whether it was the cultivators of the lower realm or the immortals of the upper realm. These people made up the majority of the cultivators in the cultivation world. This was the wonder of cultivation. They rarely rushed to establish their Tao, and they would not act as the vanguard in major cultivation events. If the general trend did not change, they would not change. If the general trend changed, they would change. Therefore, people like Lu Xiaoyi who were jumping up and down on the stage couldn't see these extras. However, a big play could never be separated from these basics. These maids, servants, bandit soldiers A, and bandit soldiers B. There wasn't even a close-up of the front of these characters, and perhaps only their backs could be seen. Just like a sword, except for the tip and blade of the sword that killed people, more parts of it were hidden in the truth of history. Although they were not famous, they were also part of the sword. If the sword was eternal, they would be eternal too. Chapter 2349. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, the one that suits them the most. The key is to support each other, and not force your own things on others, even if you have good intentions. Therefore, although Lu Xiaoyi had a lot of celestial artifacts, he didn't give them all to his woman. Why should he give them? Without these celestial artifacts and treasures, she also cultivated from foundation establishment Jin Dan to Sun God True Lord. She was also living well, with a firm goal and unswerving determination. Yang Xiaohua had a lot of celestial artifacts, but what happened? Therefore, he only picked one or two of the strongest defensive celestial artifacts that could protect one's life, and gave them to her half-forcibly. Cultivation was such a fantasy. He had so many good things but couldn't give them away. Friends had their own pride, swordsmen had their own path, and his wife. Could he give her a lot of celestial artifacts to cultivate her desire for battle? He had one or two defensive treasures. As for killing people, what treasure was more domineering and sharp than his sword talisman? Cultivators and Tao companions were different from mortals. The most important thing was to maintain each other's independence in cultivation. This was something that had been proven, just like Escort Lu's current achievements, just like Xia Bingji, who had silently kept up with his pace, didn't seem to be left far behind. In her line of sight, a huge object slowly appeared. Xia Bingji looked at it silently and nodded. Little Yi, you're right. This domain is too big. It's impossible to survive in the various gravitational forces of the main world. I estimate that even if it doesn't collapse when the space fuses, it will still attract a large number of celestial bodies in a short period of time, which will cause it to expand too quickly and collapse. Lu Xiaoyi gave a thumbs up. My wife is so knowledgeable. Even I didn't think of what you said. Xia Bingji rolled her eyes at him. She thought that he was used to flattering her, but in fact, Lu Xiaoyi really wasn't flattering her this time. It was the first time he heard such an opinion. The formation of Heaven's Choice Continent was a process of constantly attracting celestial bodies from the negative space to strengthen and expand itself. However, the premise was that the number of celestial bodies in the negative space was countless levels lower than that of the main world, almost negligible. Over a long period of time, relatively few celestial bodies were absorbed, giving the Heaven's Choice Continent time to strengthen itself. However, it was different in the origin world. There were countless stars, and as long as a colossus like the Heaven's Choice Continent appeared, it would immediately attract countless stars. In a short period of time, a large number of stars would surpass the digestive ability of the Heaven's Choice Continent. The internal structure of the Heaven's Choice continent was already a mess. Under such pressure, there was no other possibility other than collapse. Although it was Xia Bingji's first time seeing Heaven's Choice, her analysis was still accurate. This was also the characteristic of cultivators like her. In short, no one was omnipotent, and no one could be ignored. Everyone had their own value. It was close to Heaven's selection, and it was a scene of prosperity. It almost included all the forms of cultivation before the arrival of the new era. There were outsiders who traveled thousands of miles to experience the last chance of the Tao tablets. There were aboriginals who brought their families to the origin world to start a new life. There were people who traveled in an endless stream to seize the last chance to do business. Of course, there were also people who were here to fish in troubled waters, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to make a profit. The good and evil of human nature had been expanded to the extreme in this chaotic world, especially in a place like the Heaven's Choice continent. The last madness, Lu Xiaoyi said firmly. They are just a small madness. There are still some big madness in this world. After bewitching everyone, he ran to the bottom of someone else's lake to steal their beauty. Xia Bingji snorted. Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. The two of them joined hands and merged into the chaotic current. Regardless of whether it was madness or not, the current cultivation world had a trace of a true cultivation world. Rushing figures. Everyone had their own goals. Cultivation was uncertain, the great Tao was uncertain, and the future was uncertain. It was precisely because there were so many uncertainties that cultivation was filled with hope. This was what he had been striving for all along. Xia Bingji covered her face with a veil and Lu Xiaoyi changed his appearance. Just like all the cultivators who came and went in a hurry, they were able to throw themselves into this great era of revolution. Just this point alone, they were all lucky. The Heaven's Choice continent no longer had any restrictions on entering or exiting. It was completely open and not intentionally done by the higher-ups of the Heaven's Choice continent. It was a choice they had no choice but to make in this great era. It was once a colossus, the number one realm in the origin world that made the origin world's cultivation world fearful. It was once a huge power that suppressed Juzian in the origin world. In just 1 or 2,000 years, its image as a whole could no longer be seen. The appearance of the Hung River boundary allowed the Heaven's Choice continent's large sects to have a realistic and long-term foundation. It was inevitable that the next step would be the transfer of power, resources, and talent. The huge Hung River boundary, under the erosion of the even bigger Heaven's Choice continent, was no longer the Hung River boundary of the past. In the foreseeable future, it would definitely become a member of the origin world's orthodoxy. Those so-called legends, culture, and traditions, nothing could resist this kind of pervasive erosion. The large powers had their own places to go, and the small sects had their own thoughts. When returning to the origin world became mainstream, the Heaven's Choice continent would definitely become a thing of the past. The current situation was that it was chaotic and disorderly, because there was no longer the power of the origin world to maintain the order that would no longer exist. As a whole, the people's hearts were scattered. It's a very beautiful place, unbelievably big. It's just that it's a bit messy, Xia Bingji sighed. Actually, there were still many things that she wasn't willing to touch on. If the Heaven's Choice continent really collapsed, the hundreds of billions of mortals and countless low-level cultivators here wouldn't be able to rely on themselves to resist the threat from the new era. Then, where would they go? If it really collapsed, how many pieces would it collapse into? Dozens of pieces. Would each piece have its own atmosphere? Would they all be suitable for human survival? If not, what could cultivators do in it? Little Yi, you self-proclaimed pioneers of the new era. If you have the time to set up your Tao in the land of the Yellow Dragon to gain attention, why don't you think of doing something practical here, something within your capabilities? With hundreds of billions of people here, even the slightest change in the boundary will cause countless deaths and injuries. The smallest unit will be calculated in hundreds of millions. I was thinking that if someone could solve this problem, then no matter what Tao he set up, he would definitely succeed. Unfortunately, I don't have such ability. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi, her eyes were clear. But you do. You definitely do. You still have a lot of friends. If no one comes to do this, will you do it? Lu Xiaoyi didn't expect that a simple trip with a beauty would actually bring him such a thorny problem. Was this woman too emotional? Or too weak? Didn't she know that even the change of dynasties in the mortal world required the sacrifice of countless people, no matter if you were active or passive? Could it be easily brushed aside by saying that the merciful don't command troops, and the benevolent don't change laws? He held the woman's hand. If no one comes to do it, then I will. Chapter 2350. One had to admit that Xia Bingji's worries were not groundless. She might have raised a difficult problem that no one was willing to face directly, but from another perspective, she might have raised a new direction for the Tao unification stage. The establishment of the Tao should be like a group of male peacocks, competing to see whose butt was prettier in front of the heavenly Tao, whose hair was brighter. When the epoch changed, there would be changes in the universe's astronomical phenomena. This was the conclusion. In the four-symbol sky, there were countless astronomical phenomena that were changing. This was something that every cultivator could feel. There would also be changes on the planets that humans could live on, but they were much smaller in comparison. This was because when humans chose to live on a planet, they would not choose a planet that was chaotic and had an unstable structure like a volcano. This was the principle. The changes in the astronomical phenomena mainly occurred on planets that were originally in the last phase or were unstable to begin with. This was a process that accelerated and intensified. Under this judgment, when the new epoch truly began, most of the human domains in the main world would be fine, so there was no need to talk about how to protect them. Unless the universe was destroyed and restarted, that would be a different matter. However, the Heaven's Choice continent was a special case. Lu Xiaoyi was busy with his own matters and rarely considered this problem. He came to the Heaven's Choice continent for the sword Dao Steely, not to save the common people. However, Xia Bingji was meticulous. From an outsider's point of view, the battle for the establishment of the Tao was not important to her. What was important was the possible trauma left behind by the changes in the universe. This was not anyone's fault. It was the process of nature. Such deaths and injuries had never stopped during the changes in the universe. It was just a small loss. However, it was also the fault of all cultivators. Perhaps starting from Li Wuya, the Tao Lord of Destiny and others, and now including Lu Xiaoyi and all the other cultivators who pushed this process forward. This was because the change in the epoch was because the order of the universe could not keep up with the development of the cultivators. How to deal with the Heaven's Choice continent was a huge problem. Lu Xiaoyi had no clue about this. The population of hundreds of billions was unimaginable. Just the population of the fifth ring world alone was enough to make him badly battered. In the end, he did not dare to migrate to the stars, let alone here. Wife, is this a test for me after my second marriage? Xia Bingji glared fiercely at him. Whose second marriage? You're the one getting married for the second time. Lu Xiaoyi quibbled. The first marriage is in the rust zone, the second marriage is in the yellow court. 2,000 years have passed, and the air of lethargy is still growing. Walking the path of the heavens with a beauty, sighing at the fate of the common people. Originally a free and unfettered roam, but now a mountain on his back. Wife, this is so difficult. I've always believed that as long as we're together, there's nothing we can't think of. But in this case, no matter how you think about it, it's all in vain. Xia Bingji couldn't be annoyed. She admired this person's ability to perfectly combine serious and frivolous matters and express them naturally and fluently. The best way was to pretend that he couldn't tell and only listen to what he wanted to hear. Migration is impossible. There were hundreds of billions of people, but there was no place to settle them, even if they were scattered. Transportation was difficult, and it was difficult to leave one's homeland. Integration was a long way off, and there were all kinds of strange requirements. Just transportation alone, how many people could survive to their destination? It was also impossible to maintain the status of a five-ring soul master. Even if Heaven's Choice didn't collapse during the fusion of the positive and negative spaces, it would definitely collapse after coexisting in the same world. Tell me, why did Heaven's Choice make Heaven's Choice so big? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Only heaven knows the answer to this question. But your last sentence is a train of thought. The only feasible method is, before heaven's choice collapses, let's collapse it first. Shia Bingji opened her mouth in surprise. But thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a feasible method. If heaven's choice was divided into tens or hundreds of small realms, after such a volume was integrated into the main world, there would naturally be no need to worry about being unable to bear the pressure due to its volume being too big. It was just that there were too many problems to consider. Too many, so many that she didn't know where to start. She felt a little guilty. Xiaoyi, did I cause you trouble? At such a time, everyone is establishing their Tao, but because of me, you put your attention on heaven's choice of common people. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand heroically. No matter. How big of a matter is it? I can collapse it with just a fart. Later, let me eat radishes for a year first. Shia Bingji pinched him. Can you be more serious? You didn't even say 3 sentences and ran down. Lu Xiaoyi hugged her waist. He felt that she seemed to be slightly fuller than when she was in the yellow court. He knew that this woman had given up on her insistence on a certain concept and catered to him. His heart moved. Indeed, you have caused me trouble. But this kind of trouble can also be the trouble of happiness, the trouble that is closer to my ideal. You also know that my thoughts may be a little too much. Then why would heaven comply with my wishes? I have to be different from the rest. Everyone is squeezed into the land of the yellow dragon to establish their Tao. Even if I am in the Tao realm, no matter how marvelous I am only slightly better than them. I need something that is completely different from the others. All these years, I have been searching for how to make myself more favored by the heavenly Tao than others. I haven't found it. But today, I found it. So, you are my lucky star. Shia Bingji felt a little sweet in her heart. She said softly, you only know how to say nice things. Who knows how many senior sisters you have tricked with this? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He was a self-proclaimed flower sage, but in this aspect, he was actually a green melon egg. If he had understood this earlier, wouldn't he have been much happier in these 2,000 years? As for spending money to hunt for food everywhere, the two of them held hands and slowly flew on the Heaven's Choice continent. In this fickle era, there were very few people like them who still had the mood to enjoy the scenery. Even for those who were calm, when you saw the people around you thinking of ways to curry favor, selling houses and land to accumulate resources in preparation for a long journey, under this kind of atmosphere, how many people could really remain calm? The foreign cultivators wouldn't think so much, because no matter where they went, they would have a home in their hearts. But the people of Heaven's Choice didn't. Whether this continent still existed or not, it might be revealed in another 1 or 2,000 years. They were the ones who felt the most direct threat to their survival, or were they living under someone else's roof and drifting around? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't empathize with this kind of feeling. He thought that he was doing great things, but now with Shia Bingji's reminder, he finally realized this point. He should do something for these people. Not only because all of this might have been fueled by the sword vein, but also because he wanted to be the leader of this trend, the founder of order. He couldn't be like the majority of people and think that all of this had nothing to do with him. A higher position, a greater ambition, and a heavier responsibility. It was a challenge, but also an opportunity. Chapter 2351. On Heaven's Choice continent, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have many acquaintances. In the past, there were, but with the current situation of Heaven's Choice continent, who knew where everyone went? The entire continent had been abandoned and turned into a free paradise. There was no point in looking for traces of old friends. They just wandered in the skies of Heaven's Choice continent. When they encountered scenery or culture, they would go down to take a look. There were also local delicacies. Forget about the beauties, the people around them were closely guarded. Shia Bingji wasn't interested in the remaining 10 or so innate Tao tablets. Actually, as long as she wanted to go in, Lu Xiaoyi would definitely have a way to help her. But in this aspect, women had their own persistence. Just do what you like to do. Why do you have to look up to a higher mountain? Or is it destined to become a Tao of the past? In the entire Heaven's Choice continent, The only ones that could still maintain order were these countries that were lucky enough to have Tao tablets. It wasn't that they had a sense of responsibility, but that they were desperately trying to gather resources and spiritual opportunity through their Tao tablet. This was the last chance. Once the Tao collapsed, there would be no more chances. This kind of wandering was quite interesting in the beginning, but after a few months, it became boring. But Xia Bingji still persisted. Lu Xiaoyi advised her, "Wife, you don't have to give yourself such a burden. There are many people who are worried about the fate of Heaven's Choice continent. You aren't the only one. In theory, there are at least tens of thousands of people who are more responsible than you. Why do you have to suffer? I know what you mean by wandering around Heaven's Choice. You are thinking about how to divide Heaven's Choice continent in terms of geography, race, country, etc. How to pay the smallest price. This is very difficult. Including me, it is very difficult to see the weakness of Heaven's Choice continent's crust. Where is the easiest way to divide it? If you consider the factors you saw, this is as difficult as asking me to release a piece of music. Leave it all to me, okay?" Xia Bingji said faintly, "I may not have the ability, nor the obligation, but I am the one who proposed this idea to the person who is most likely to solve it. So, even if I have nothing to do with this, my thoughts will affect this continent more than others, right?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "That makes sense. Why don't we think about it tonight? You can draw a sketch on the map of the Heaven's Choice continent. No matter if it's a flower or something else, I'll just follow that sketch in the future." Xia Bingji sighed, "I've been thinking about it all the way. Little Yi, can we relax sometimes and not think about it?" Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. "Thinking about it is the best way to relax." Waves of spiritual vigor could be felt from the front of their flight. That was the sign of a battle. The two of them sighed and took a detour. Similar disputes happened every day and every hour. There was no other way but to avoid them. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the woman who wanted to speak but stopped on second thought. This time, he spoke first. "This is not something we should care about. For example, they could set up some sort of organization in Heaven's Choice. Once they entered the cultivation world, life and death depended on themselves. There was nothing to complain about. They couldn't do anything about it because their hearts were in a mess. The more they care, the worse it gets. Such a situation didn't exist in Juzian because they had a home to protect. No matter what the new era was, home was their home. It didn't exist in the fifth ring either because they had set their sights on the universe. The millions of years of history of the Heaven's Choice continent proved that this way of cultivation development was wrong. Even if they had persevered for such a long time, once something big happened, they would immediately scatter. Separated for a long time, united for a long time, divided for a long time. The larger the size, the harder it was to control. It was the same for the world and the crowd. There would always be an upper limit. After such a long time, they finally arrived at the sword Dao Stele. What surprised them was that there were also many people in front of the sword Dao Stele. In fact, there were no fewer people than the innate Dao Stele. The only difference was that there weren't many people with high realms here. Most of them were Jin Dan and Yuanying. "Wife, I might have to go in for a while. It's hard to say how long. You're alone outside." Xia Bingji smiled. "Little Yi, do you think I'm a child? I'm also a sun god. If it weren't for you half-immortals coming down to make trouble, I would be the ruler of the cultivation world of the main world. Didn't we agree a long time ago? You enter the sword Dao Stele, and I'll stay outside for a while. After I'm done, I'll return to Juzian. Do I really need you to escort me? Even in Heaven's Choice, I'm not completely without support." Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. "Oh, then I really didn't know that you, who have never come to Heaven's Choice, have friends here." Seeing Xia Bingji smile without saying anything, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. "I understand. It's your Kuan Dao organization again, right? It's really amazing that they've developed to this point. Good, with these friends here, Heaven's Choice can go. If there's a chance that you can't ask for help, just keep flying north. That place used to be the territory of the ancient fierce beasts. They're all my old friends." With just a word, It won't be a problem to destroy a few so-called upper countries. Xia Bingji didn't act like a woman. She smiled sweetly and floated away. Children of cultivation didn't have so many sorrows about parting. Just as she said, as a sun god supreme, if she still worried about her own safety here, then her thousands of years of cultivation would have been in vain. This was the agreement between the two of them. They would break up here, and after that, it would depend on fate. After being together for so many years, the two of them were actually very clear about each other's situation. Needless to say, Lu Xiaoyi had a lot of big and small things to deal with. Xia Bingji also needed her own time to complete this step. This was the reason why they were called Taoist companions in the cultivation world and not husband and wife. Independent personality, independent thinking, and independent cultivation. It wasn't about who was protecting who. For the two of them, in fact, in the depths of their hearts, they had found a shelter for themselves. Even if they didn't get together much, they could give each other spiritual comfort, and that was enough. Looking at the woman leaving in such a carefree manner, he couldn't help but smile. This woman used such actions to tell him not to be immersed in love. He turned around and slowly flew to the sword Dao Stele. There were also many swordsmen gathered outside the sword Dao Stele. They were discussing and arguing with each other, and even gesturing. This was also a major characteristic of swordsmen. Someone laughed loudly at him. "Brother, you practice the sword especially with a woman. You're really free and easy." Lu Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. How many years had it been since such a familiar scene? More than 2,000 years. Or less. In the past, hundreds of swordsmen swaggered by here every day, causing countless bad comments. Now that he thought about it, it was like yesterday. The Willow Sea was still the same, and the Dao Stele was still the same, but that feeling could never be found again. The former sword soldier army was formed here, and it shone brightly in the later universe war. However, things changed with the passage of time. After all, cultivation was not an army. How many sword soldiers were still alive? You could count them with 2 hands. Chapter 2352. Lu Xiaoyi could not help but feel melancholy. He was very clear that there would be many more such melancholy in the future, and it would accompany him for the rest of his life, until his death. He greeted every swordsman who cast a kind gaze at him. At this moment, he was no longer a demigod, but an ordinary swordsman. After the 2 universe wars, the Shenyuan swordsmen in the Dome had created a trend of observing the sword Dao Stele in the Heaven's Choice continent. But to be honest, only a few could actually make it here. The distance was too far. If you were not a demigod and did not have the inner and outer scenic skies as a springboard, it was impossible to make it here with your physical body. On this point, Lu Xiaoyi did not provide them with any help. The reason why Li Wuya placed the sword Dao Stele here was actually to set up an artificial threshold. If one could not reach this place by flying, it meant that one's realm was not high enough. It would be a waste to come here. It was better to stay in the Dome and study the Shenyuan scabbard's swordsmanship. Spoiling things by excessive enthusiasm and biting off more than one could chew were taboo for cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi would of course not provide such convenience to anyone. Those who could stay here were mostly swordsmen from the Heaven's Choice continent. There were also some who came from the nearby sword vein, such as Zhu Xian. There was no need to differentiate them one by one. When he arrived in front of the sword Dao Stele, he could still feel that unconcealable sharpness. It was so familiar, so intimate, as if this aura had always been by his side and had never left. "Li Wuya, I'm back. This time, let me see how much difference there is between us. Then, I'll have to wipe your ass. I'm afraid I won't be able to come here before the new era." With a crash, he was already in another space. Before he crashed in, he did not think too much. But at the same time, hundreds of swordsmen were ejected by the sword Dao Stele. No matter what you were doing inside, even if you were passing the test, it was the same. The sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the sword Dao tablet had suddenly gone crazy. Was this the prelude to his collapse? In the Heaven's Choice mainland, there were close to 10,000 big and small countries, which also meant that there were close to 10,000 innate and postnatal Dao tablets. Following the collapse of 20 innate Daos, the postnatal Daos that were attached to them also ceased to exist. With the collapse of the foundation, how could they continue to exist? Every Dao stele would be like this before it collapsed. All of the cultivators inside would be ejected. Then, the Dao steles would glow with Dao light and return to the heavenly Dao, waiting to be reforged. The hundreds of sword cultivators outside looked as if they had lost their parents. There were even some sword cultivators who were beating their chests and stamping their feet, deeply lamenting their bad luck. Why did they encounter such an unlucky time? However, there were also those who were clear-headed. A true monarch was very puzzled. This shouldn't be. Normally, the collapse of the postnatal Daos would occur at the same time as the collapse of the innate Daos. However, the innate Daos of 3 virtues had been collapsing for over a decade now. So, why did the sword Dao stele collapse only now? Furthermore, the innate Dao of the 3 virtues was related to the sword Dao? This was sword ancestor Li's morality, right? I've never heard of Saint Bedford's yin virtues being related to the sword Dao. His question was actually the same as all of the other swordsmen. Regardless of the time of collapse or the karmic connection between the two, there was no reason for the sword Dao stele to collapse now. However, a Jindan cultivator in the crowd asked his companions, I just saw a swordsman go in, why didn't he come out? Did he die inside? Or did he leave happily? His eyes were very crafty, but because his cultivation was too low, no one listened to him. What was there to pay attention to an ordinary swordsman? Because of this, they missed out on a very important person. A person who was almost on par with sword ancestor Li in the current sword vein. However, no one left. As swordsmen, they were born with strong willpower. Even if their own Dao stele was collapsing, they still had the ability to bear witness to it. Unfortunately, sword ancestor Li's unparalleled sword technique was about to be lost, and could never be replicated again. However, they were the witnesses of this tragedy. Witnesses. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized what was happening, but he was too late to stop it. This was Li Wuya's Dao stele. Obviously, the Dao stele was very mystical. It had already realized who had entered. This was the space of the Dao stele. It was grey and hazy, and only the 9 realms hung high in the sky. They were the Foundation Realm, Advanced Realm, Green Netherworld Realm, Unparalleled Realm, Game Realm, Tri-Birth Realm, Dao Realm, Celestial Phenomenon Realm, and Sword Disciple Realm. The Foundation stage was the Foundation stage, the Advanced stage was the Jindan stage, the Green Darkness stage was the Yuanying stage, the Traversing stage was the Vertical Sword stage, the Bow stage was the Bright Sword stage, the Triple Birth stage was the Severing Triple Birth stage, the Dao stage was Li Wuya's own Dao Sword stage, and the Celestial Phenomenon stage was Li Wuya's most famous Celestial Phenomenon swordsmanship. He had entered the sword stele twice before, and it was not long ago. In fact, it could be said that he had entered once. From the perspective of breaking through the stages, he had already passed the first 6 stages. He only had the last 3 stages, which he called the Great 3 Stages, that he had yet to pass. The last stage was when he was defeated by Golden Origin in the Celestial Phenomenon stage, which was a little embarrassing. In fact, among the Great 3 Stages, he had already achieved his goal in the Dao stage. At that time, he had comprehended his first faith, independence. So to be precise, he had already passed the stage. So now, should he kill Li Wuya to prove himself again? He chose not to. He was not such a shallow person that he would be complacent just because he had killed Li Wuya's sword spirit. He was sure that with his current ability, he could easily crush Li Wuya when he entered the Dao sword stage, but this could not prove anything. At his current level, he had long since understood some things. Moreover, he was now at the peak of his power. To deal with a sword spirit that had limited his ability, and whose way of thinking was not that of a normal human cultivator, such a victory was meaningless. He, Lu Xiaoyi, could not afford to lose face like this. No matter how powerful Li Wuya had been at that time, it was not him in the sword stele, so how could he, a spiritual master, be compared with his sword spirit? This was not equal at all. Sword spirits did not have intelligence. No matter how exquisite the sword technique was, it was something that Li Wuya had bestowed upon it. It could not create its own. This was the fundamental reason. Thus, he had entered the sword steely now for only two real purposes. He wanted to challenge and learn the astronomical sword technique, and then go to the sword disciple level to see how much of a gap there was between the senior who had already been at the second severance and himself now at the first severance. Astronomical phenomena was Li Wuya's specialty. He had also mentioned it in his autobiography. For this, he had observed over 1,000 special astronomical phenomena, and finally managed to gather over a dozen moves. He had not done it half-heartedly, nor had he made up the numbers. Lu Xiaoyi did not focus solely on the celestial phenomenon. His focus was on the 36 innate Taos. However, the path of Taos was different and all paths led to the same destination. In fact, when they reached the final step, they realized that the celestial phenomenon was the external manifestation of the Taos and the Taos were the internal manifestation of the celestial phenomenon. What made Lu Xiaoyi curious was, did Li Wuya's astronomical sword technique have anything to do with astronomical phenomena? If so, who was superior in comparison to his? Chapter 2353. P.S. Today is a good day. Uncle loves to travel and has added a little jacket. Uncle won't be able to travel in the future. Lu Xiaoyi stepped into the heavenly phenomenon tier without hesitation. The last time he came here, he didn't see anything. He only felt that with himself as the center, there was a vast and majestic golden halo. It was like, a little like the center of a nuclear explosion in his previous life. He didn't even try to resist. Under such power, no matter what he did, it would be meaningless and futile. But he could know the name of this sword technique through Crow ancestors' consciousness, Golden Origin. This time, it was still Golden Origin, but he was no longer the original him. As soon as the golden halo appeared, he had already accurately determined the Tao state composition of the Golden Origin. It was similar to his conjecture. He had also used it once in the interior realm, so he knew how to crack it. The only difference was the order of the Tao level, the emphasis, the combination, and the way to break through. He had to admit that he couldn't reach Li Wuya's level in terms of killing. This was because of his personality, and not because of his ability. With an accurate understanding, he naturally had a way to deal with it. His Tao level changed rapidly, and every change was targeted at Golden Origin's Tao level rotation. In this aspect, he wasn't inferior to Li Wuya at all. In fact, he was even superior. In less than a breath, the entire Golden Origin was completely restricted by him, unable to unleash that extremely powerful explosive power. But he didn't do it perfectly, because Li Wuya's cultivation was far above his. So, he was still hit by the weakened Golden Origin. Under the powerful impact, he couldn't stop himself from retreating, almost unable to control his own body. This was the difference between the second severance and the first severance. It was a distance that he couldn't solve at present. However, he wasn't knocked out of the gate, because his body had been modified with 3 holes in one body. The gate tacitly acknowledged that he was qualified to defend against Golden Origin. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. The facts proved that he already had the ability to resist the heavenly phenomenon sword technique, and this was only in a situation where he was purely defending. He hadn't used all his techniques yet. Next, the mysterious heavenly phenomenon sword technique that was passed down in the cultivation world was unveiled in front of him. Eye of the Heavenly Tao, Light of Life, Njolna, Judgment of Light, Judgment of Darkness, Planetary Storm, Meteor Tide, Twin Spiral Entanglement. Different celestial phenomena were displayed through the combination of different Tao realms. In terms of intricate transformations, they were inferior to him, but in terms of savagery, they were superior to him. This was his true experience in the perilous waves of the celestial phenomenon sword art. An interesting discovery was that there were no cave images. He wondered why the Crow ancestor did not create any cave images despite reading all the astronomical phenomena in the universe. From beginning to end, he had not been struck out. Instead, he relied on his superior Tao realm ability to control the progress of the battle. After gradually adapting to it, he began to counterattack and easily obtained the initiative of the battle. This was also a process that tested the quality of his combination of Tao realms. In this space, no one could be seen anymore, but it was like a miniature version of an incomparably gorgeous and colorful fantasy universe, demonstrating the generation and suppression of the great Tao and the complexity and variability of the universe's development. This change changed Lu Xiaoyi for 10 years. 10 years later, Lu Xiaoyi took the initiative to withdraw. He only felt that Zhen Ying's beard and hair were standing on end in the Tao realm space, as if he was regretful that the outcome of the battle could not be determined. He did not defeat Li Wuya, not because he could not, but because he did not want to. This was the respect for his seniors, and also the strictness for himself. Even if he killed Zhen Ying under such circumstances, it would not prove anything. He could kill Zhen Ying, but if he had the chance to face Li Wuya face to face, would he be able to kill him? In a battle between experts, there were some moves that could not be used too many times. A true expert would change his strategy after seeing that it was ineffective. How could he observe it over and over again to find a way to break it? Just like the Golden Origin, he was sure that the Golden Origin that Li Wuya used was definitely different from Zhen Ying's. 100 times, there would be 100 different versions. This was the true ability of a swordsman with a soul. Therefore, he had to distinguish between the two, which was a sign of his lack of class. He had already proven that his ability was not inferior to Li Wuya's at the same level. That was enough. The celestial swordsmanship was just another way to describe the Tao realm swordsmanship. It was similar, but different paths led to the same goal. Li Wuya used the celestial swordsmanship to understand the Tao realm, while he used the Tao realm to derive the celestial swordsmanship. How could there be a difference? Standing in the sword steely space, Lu Xiaoyi slowly reflected on his gains in the past 10 years. The most important thing was how to convert the Tao realm into the ability to kill. When a cultivator reached the level of a true monarch, everyone would have some achievements in one or a few Tao realms. However, when it came to a battle, everyone's strength differed greatly. The reason was that different cultivators had different cultivation philosophies, and their application of the Tao realm differed greatly. Some people like to use the Tao realm to refine pills, some to draw talismans, some to set up formations, some to create weapons, and some to do nothing at all. They just let nature take its course. Of course, it was more or less reflected in the battle. However, professional battles and occasional battles were two different concepts. Thus, there was a huge difference in the battle capabilities of each person. Swordsmen focused more on fighting in this aspect, and did not do things like cultivating one's character. Lu Xiaoyi belonged to the category that focused more on the transformation of the Tao realm into battle. Li Wuya was even more extreme. Everything he did was to cultivate for battle, for killing. If a swordsman could convert the Tao realm into battle strength, an ordinary person could convert 50% or 60%. Lu Xiaoyi could already do 80% or 90%. However, Li Wuya could convert 10% of the Tao realm into 11% of battle strength. This was the real reason why Li Wuya was invincible in the past. He was a natural-born killer. Lu Xiaoyi had also found his own weakness. How could he improve his battle strength to the next level? After entering the sword steely, the most important thing was to make a comparison and improve himself, not to kill the sword shadow left behind by a historical figure. He was not so shallow that he needed such a meaningless victory to boost his self-confidence. In these 10 years, no one had been able to enter the sword steely. He more or less understood the reason. Because the battle between the heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators had already occupied all the energy of the sword steely, and it could no longer accommodate the existence of other. Unless he went out himself, no one else could enter. It was a little selfish, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was Xuanyuan's direct disciple. No reward. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the huge word in amusement. It had once brought him endless joy. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped into the 9th realm of the sword steely, the sword disciple stage. Chapter 2354. Outside the sword Tao tablet, everyone grew more anxious as they waited. They all realized that something was amiss. The sword Tao tablet actually lasted for another 10 years after ejecting everyone. And who knew how many years it would last? This was the first time they had experienced such a situation. They had never heard of any other Tao tablet before. Was it going to collapse or not? If it didn't collapse, it wouldn't even allow people to enter to investigate. This was rather depressing. There were all sorts of guesses that came from the collective wisdom of the swordsman. Is this a temporary maintenance? An upgrade? Maybe there's a prize event. Do you still remember the big word prize? It has never been lit up. Is it because the prize pool is full and they're going easy on us? This was the optimist. Most of them were still realistic. Sword Ancestor Li's Sword Tao tablet is resisting the oppression of the heavenly Tao. If the heavens want me to collapse, I will not. This is also the spirit of the Sword Tao. Isn't this too tiring? Maybe it has nothing to do with the three virtues Tao. Maybe it came from very far away. Our Sword Veins Tao tablet doesn't seem to be directly related to any innate Tao. The Sword Tao is unyielding. Shouldn't it only collapse at the last moment of the new era? Why is it that it can't hold on before the dozen or so great Taos collapse? There were all sorts of opinions. There was no accurate source of information. It seemed like there was no other way other than to wait. However, the strongest true monarch felt the tablet and his expression changed. I feel that the tablet has not been peaceful for the past 10 years. It's as if there's some kind of power raging inside. I'm suspicious. We're all thinking about Taos. Could it be that it has nothing to do with Taos? Could it be caused by someone? Who went in and caused such a result? That Jin Dan was very hurt. I told you 10 years ago that the Sword Tao tablet only ejected one person. You just didn't believe me. You could still find out at that time. But now, 10 years have passed. With so many people coming and going, how can you find out? A funny scene appeared on the Willow Sea Sword Tao Stele. Hundreds of swordsmen couldn't enter the Tao Stele, but they couldn't figure out what was going on inside. Thus, they stuck themselves to the outer walls of the Tao Stele and tried to sense the changes inside. It was like a swarm of flies biting onto rotten meat. Above the Sword Tao Stele, a figure smiled as he looked at the comical scene below. Beside him was an ugly snake with one head and two bodies. Senior brother is inside, so of course these fellows have to come out obediently. Can they afford to stay inside and rub their heads against you? Sister-in-law, do you want me to go down and chase them away? It's so noisy. The woman shook her head. Forget it. They can't get in anyway. This is the Sword Veins' internal affairs. We don't have to worry about it. Senior brother Fatty, I'm preparing to return to Juzian. When little Yi comes out, I'll have to trouble you to let him know. It's nothing urgent. Just let him know that you're safe. Fatty nodded while trembling. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll stay here and not go anywhere. If you want to return to Juzian, the brothers will send you off. Over there, Xiong Liu, Ju Ying, Ba Shi and the others can. The woman laughed. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Do you think I'm a weak woman? Although the journey isn't far, it won't be good to delay your cultivation. Fatty didn't agree. It won't delay anything. If you don't go out, you'll just be sleeping here. Just treat it as one less afternoon nap. Sister-in-law's strength isn't a problem, but heaven's choice is a mess now. There are often half-immortals coming to view the stele. With us immemorial beasts around, nothing will go wrong. Everyone has good intentions. Sister-in-law can't refuse. The woman sighed. The fierce immemorial beasts in the ancient books were very straightforward in real life. It was completely different from what she imagined. Of course, it was only because of one person. While the outside was noisy, Lu Xiaoyi was having fun inside the Sword Tao Stele. It was painful and fast. The Sword Disciple realm was Li Wuya's complete combat state before he became an immortal. It was the combination of the first 8 realms. It was no longer restricted to a fixed method, but an all-round whole. Most importantly, it was no longer controlled by cultivation. If one removed the dullness caused by intelligence, Li Wuya in the Sword Disciple realm could be said to have 70% to 80% of his peak strength before he became an immortal. This was a terrifying combat state. Lu Xiaoyi really couldn't beat him. The main reason was the pressure of cultivation. It was the most basic thing of a cultivator. It was something that he rarely paid attention to in his 3,000 years of growth. Swordsmen focused on explosive power. Lu Xiaoyi relied on this point to move unhindered in the cultivation world. There were very few opponents. If he felt that his elemental energy cultivation was showing signs of insufficient, he would solve it by leaping, or use leaping to recover, or simply run away after a blow. But in the sword disciple realm, he had nowhere to run. In the beginning, he could fight evenly with Li Wuya. But soon, he would be defeated because he couldn't keep up with the intensity and frequency of his attacks. There were many reasons for this. Some of them were due to the difference in cultivation level, and some of them were due to the fact that the transformation of the Dao realm into combat power was not yet at its peak. These were usually not big problems for him, but when facing a fighting machine like Li Wuya, they were completely exposed. If he wanted to find his own weakness and wanted to know his future direction, it was actually very simple. He just had to find an opponent who was better than him. This was the value of entering the sword Dao steely. Cultivation required time to accumulate and polish. He couldn't solve it in a short period of time, but he could solve the problem of transforming Dao state into combat power. He also learned from Li Wuya how to squeeze out the potential of Dao state. He had all kinds of wonderful ideas, all kinds of bold and imaginative ideas, all kinds of unscrupulous. When he gradually understood all of this, he had many wonderful ideas that were completely his own. When he had a flash of inspiration, he was no longer defeated by Li Wuya. He spent another 10 years doing this. He felt that he had gained enough. As a top combat expert, he knew that there must be a limit to how much he could learn from others. He had to know when to stop. What he learned was the essence, the way of thinking, and the concept of Dao state. It was to take the opponent's things and make them his own, and not become another Li Wuya. He had enough time. If he continued to learn, it would become a simple imitation. That was not what he wanted. As the end of this learning of the sword Dao, in order to show the highest respect to this great sword disciple, he decided to defeat Li Wuya for real according to the most solemn etiquette of the swordsman. From this, he would announce the end of an era. In the history of the sword vein, he would eventually become the next leader. He also had many powerful means, such as his current abnormal body, and his gains in creating Dao state. Trapped in the limitations of the era, Li Wuya didn't understand these. This was his chance. Chapter 2355. Lu Xiaoyi adjusted himself to his best condition. After a short period of recovery, he stepped into the realm of a sword disciple for the last time. He had already thought of a strategy. Since he did not have an advantage in other aspects, he would use his newly created Dao to gain the upper hand and kill his opponent in one go. He would take advantage of the moment when his opponent was not used to it. This was a little bullying. Jian Ying did not have any intelligence. If it was the real Li Wuya, he might not be able to do it. It was just a ceremonial choice. He was very clear about the gap between him and Li Wuya. If he faced Li Wuya in person, he would definitely lose, but Li Wuya would not be able to kill him. If he waited for 2 more steps, he might be able to suppress Li Wuya, but he would not be able to resolve the matter of life and death. The real life and death depended on external factors. That was another matter. But now, let him bully this Jian Ying who did not have much intelligence. Sword light spread out and attacked Jian Ying at the same time. Jian Ying was using the convergence of the sword river. This was the most common opening of a swordsman's battle. It was simple, but not simple. This was because the following converged sword could transform into any Dao state attack. Lu Xiaoyi was different from his usual self. He used Li Wuya's astronomical swordsmanship, Njolna. His only goal was to attack his opponent first. Lightning was one of the few attacks in the world that was faster than flying sword. This time, he would not follow his opponent's rhythm just to learn. In a real battle, a swordsman should have his own rhythm. The mutated Njolna made Jian Ying aware of the danger. The surging sword river began to change direction and accurately slashed out. The hidden danger was completely eliminated before the lightning was formed. This was one of Li Wuya's abilities that he was very envious of. It was as if Li Wuya was born with an intuition towards lightning. He could destroy the lightning at the most crucial point before it was formed. Jian Ying could not learn this ability yet. Of course, he had his own abilities. For example, with his physique of insight, he was not afraid of lightning at all. What he wanted was Li Wuya's destructive sword. Before the lightning was formed, it turned into a hole. He was very familiar with the devouring Tao state. This was also his goal. This change was the opportunity to open a gap. No matter how outstanding Li Wuya was 20,000 years ago, how could he understand the Tao of devouring now? However, what happened next left Lu Xiaoyi dumbfounded. Just as he formed a devouring cave image, Jian Ying executed another devouring cave image with a flip of his hand. It was the exact opposite. The two Tao of Devour Realm cultivators were competing with each other in terms of their understanding of the Great Tao. In this entanglement, Lu Xiaoyi was actually at a disadvantage. It was a little unbelievable. Did Li Wuya already understand the Great Tao of Devour? There seemed to be no other reason that could explain this situation. Lu Xiaoyi did not believe that his ability in the devouring Great Tao was inferior to an ancient person from 20,000 years ago because of the changes in the epoch. Even though he boasted that he had reached a higher level in the path of devouring, it was still an embarrassing experience for him. He had indeed gone deep into this Great Tao, but compared to the Crow ancestor, he was far from enough. The so-called competition had become a learning experience. The Crow ancestor used his rich Tao realm transformations to show him what true and complete engulfment was. It was a bit of a shock. That was how Lu Xiaoyi felt. He had studied the Tao realm for a long time, combined with the changes in the universe's environment, the influence of various new trends, a long period of preparation, and more than half of his knowledge of the carnate Great Tao. Even with such an advantage, he still could not compare to Li Wuya's knowledge from 20,000 years ago. Perhaps, Crow ancestor only understood these things after becoming an immortal. Lu Xiaoyi found excuses for his unbearable behavior. How long had it been since Li Wuya became an immortal and flew to the immortal court to force Daoda into the lower realm? What did he experience? What did he do? It was still a mystery to this day. Did he collude with the Tao Lord of Destiny during this period? Did he also set up a backup plan for himself in various parts of the universe? Did he have a clear understanding of the future Great Tao during this period? No one knew these things. According to historical records, this period was not long, but no matter how short it was enough for a perfected golden immortal to set up what he thought should be set up. So he left his latest understanding of the Tao realm after becoming an immortal in the Sword Tao tablet. It seemed like this was the only explanation. Lu Xiaoyi, who was a little dejected, realized that he still could not truly defeat Li Wuya. Since he could not defeat him, then he would continue to learn. After all, he was his senior, and it was not embarrassing. Competition was the best learning process. Lu Xiaoyi pulled himself back to the position of a primary school student and not a leader. He seriously competed with Crow ancestor in the Tao realm of devouring. He admitted that his Tao realm was indeed inferior, but it was not completely useless. He had the core, but he was still lacking in depth. Especially in the development of the Tao realm of devouring, it was his weakest point. His main direction of devouring was the devouring of celestial phenomena. Crow ancestors' devouring had already jumped out of this natural category and was more derived from other aspects, such as the devouring of living beings, cultivators, and Tao realm cultivator. In fact, these derived devouring were the things that really overturned the existing order of the immortal court. The devouring of living beings and cultivators was focused on combat. The devouring of other Tao realm cultivators was the future of the immortal court in his imagination. The key was that there were upper and lower Tao realm cultivators. If you did not work hard, your Tao realm would be flawed and could not keep up with the development of the universe, and you might be devoured by others. One had to admit that Crow ancestor was very far-sighted. After 20,000 years, he knew the development of the universe like the back of his hand. It was really incredible. Lu Xiaoyi was a thick-skinned person. Since he could not go against his master, he immediately became an obedient little disciple. It was not good for his own ancestors' things to be lost, right? With such a mentality, he began to endlessly entangle with Crow Ancestor. Fortunately, although his Tao realm of devouring was not as good as Crow Ancestor's, he had a solid foundation and could always deal with Crow Ancestor. Obviously, Crow Ancestor's Tao realm this time was completely different from before. Previously, Crow Ancestor spared no effort in transforming the Tao realm into combat strength. 10% of the Tao realm would produce 11% of the combat strength. Now, it was a different method. 10% of the Tao realm would only produce 70 to 80% of the combat strength. It was also because Crow Ancestor went easy on him that Lu Xiaoyi could rely on his own devouring to barely maintain it. After learning, absorbing, and adding his own understanding, it finally became his own. Crow Ancestor was still very reasonable. He knew that after he became an immortal, it was impossible for others to fight against him. That was why he was not as sharp in this field. Now, he was more like an elder. Lu Xiaoyi thought so, but he did not consider that he did not actually look like a disciple. Chapter 2356. There was too much to learn about the Tao realm. There was no possibility of a sudden flash of inspiration. The reason why the foundation was called the foundation was because it was complicated and trivial. It covered everything, no matter how big or small, was deeply foreshadowed and involved a wide range of things. Only the brain of a half-immortal could hold it. If it was the yuanying of a supreme whose brain was not developed enough, they might not be able to hold it. Lu Xiaoyi was able to store it all because of his extensive knowledge in the realm of Tao. Many pieces of knowledge that might seem completely new to others were nothing more than variations of a certain great Tao in his eyes. Therefore, his learning speed was extremely fast. However, even if he had such unique conditions, it took him more than 30 years to fully understand the Tao of devouring of the Crow Ancestor and gradually form it into something of his own. 30 years. It was almost the entire time for a mortal to be most energetic. It was also a golden time limit that a foundation establishment cultivator could not waste. However, for a half-immortal to study the Tao realm, this period of time was really short. Many cultivators might not even be able to get started on a certain Tao in 30 years. Lu Xiaoyi did not need such a long time. However, he never simply imitated the things he learned. He insisted on his own things, digested and absorbed them. In the end, he formed a devouring system that was different from the Crow Ancestors. He had such a character. He respected authority and despised it. This was something in his bones. It had never changed after cultivating for more than 3,000 years. After 30 years, his little grand disciple had learned the things of the Crow Ancestor. Therefore, he began to be restless again. He was a little competitive. He recognized that the Li Sword Ancestor was awesome. However, it could not be that his sword shadow was still so awesome after 20,000 years, right? If he did not kill him this time, his self-confidence would be a little embarrassing. Therefore, he withdrew from the sword disciple realm and recuperated again. He adjusted his condition to the best state and went back to kill the Crow Ancestor. He was very persistent. However, he obviously could not use the Tao of devouring this time. He decided to use another newly created Tao, the Tao of heavenly calamity. After a few breaths, Lu Xiaoyi, who was embarrassed, fell into a bitter battle again. Just like before, when it came to devouring, Li Wuya was still incomparably powerful in the heavenly tribulation. He was still a few streets ahead of him, and he was still beaten to a pulp. It seemed a little illogical. Could an immortal's ability really reach this level? It wasn't like he hadn't come into contact with immortals before. Immortal rocks collided head-on, and he had even encountered immortals who used immortal artifacts and had immortal roots implanted in them. Although it wasn't easy to deal with them, he still managed to deal with them in the end. Unlike this time, he was beaten like a dog in the field he was most proficient in. But then again, an immortal who had the Tao of Golden Immortal should be different, right? Since the Crow Ancestor could comprehend the devouring technique within a short period of time after becoming an immortal, why couldn't he comprehend the heavenly tribulation? After all, in the message he left for the heavenly calamity. To an immortal like Crow Ancestor, 1 or 2 didn't seem to make a difference. Therefore, another 30 years. Lu Xiaoyi became the little disciple again. He learned the Tao of heavenly calamity from the Tao of heavenly calamity. The Tao of heavenly calamity was the same as before. He did not kill anyone in the Tao of heavenly calamity. He still mainly demonstrated and taught. One taught and the other learned. In this space, the supreme mystery of the universe was revealed. Time passed by quickly. When Lu Xiaoyi finished learning the Tao of heavenly calamity and came out, the number of swordsmen outside the sword Tao Stele did not decrease. Instead, there were more and more of them. 60 years was the life of a mortal. However, for these cultivators who were at least at the Jindan level, it was nothing. Curiosity was the most important thing. Moreover, the Willow Sea was a good place for cultivation. Everyone was happy to gather together. For swordsmen, who often needed to learn from each other, it was not worse than returning home. The main reason for the increasing number of people was the scattered swordsmen from the main world. It was not easy for them to come here. However, when they arrived, they found that the sword Tao Stele had closed the door to all visitors. There seemed to be no other choice but to stay here and wait. This was not the rice shop on the next street. If there was no rice today, they could come back tomorrow. Among all the cultivators gathered, there was a half-immortal swordsman with the highest realm. He came from the distant Five Rings Dome, which was the sect of sword ancestor Li. This made the gathering even more natural. This cultivator's name was Guangming. He was actually Escort Lu's senior brother. Of course, he was not now. Although his realm had long been caught up and surpassed by junior brother Lu, he was still an insurmountable mountain to other swordsmen. He was at the top of the pyramid. He was the youngest among the group of young gods in Shenyuan. When everyone was trying their best to enter the ancient technique, he chose the degenerate realm. This was his personal choice. The sect had no right to interfere. There were 2 general reasons for this. First, the upper realm of the ancient technique was so far away that it was completely up to the heavens to make a living. For the sake of the upper realm of the ancient technique, he missed the new era and established his Tao. Second, since it was the new era, who knew how much difference there would be between the ancient technique and the degenerate realm? Both the inner and outer realm could disappear. Why should he care about the difference between the ancient technique and the degenerate realm? Not long after he entered the degenerate realm, he came here through the outer realm projection. He wanted to see the magic of Ancestor Crow's sword Tao Stele with his own eyes. But he did not expect to be lonely. After listening to everyone's description of the sword Tao Stele, he could not do anything. It was hard to figure out the changes in Ancestor Crow's sword Tao Stele from the outside. He was also stubborn. He would not give up until he reached his goal. For the past few years, he had been consolidating his realm here. He had also made many swordsman friends. Apart from cultivation, he was not bored. There were also swordsmen who advised him that since the sword Tao Stele was temporarily closed, there were more than 10 other innate great Taos in the Heaven's Choice continent. It was better to take a look elsewhere than to wait here. This was a good way to save time, but Guangming did not think so. In his opinion, the other innate great Taos belonged to others. Only the sword Tao Stele belonged to Shenyuan. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not leave. After waiting for a few years, he was, after all, a demigod. But he noticed something strange that no one else had noticed. One day, he inadvertently left the sword Tao Stele. With another flash, he appeared in the clouds thousands of miles away. The clouds were thick and one could not see through them. Therefore, although there were many swordsmen around the sword Tao Stele, no one noticed the abnormality. A monster was tearing a mountain deer apart with its bare hands and eating it happily. Guangming clasped his hands. Guangming, disciple of Shenyuan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The monster wiped its bloody hand on its mouth, but it only made the blood smell even more. It then chuckled. You're from Shenyuan? I know what you want to ask, but before that, we need to have a drink. Also, I heard that the human's secret food is very delicious. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Chapter 2357. Lu Xiaoyi was struggling in the reincarnation Dao realm. Among the 3 Dao realms that he created, he was most familiar with the engulfment Dao. He also understood a lot about the heavenly tribulation. However, his understanding of the reincarnation Dao was still mostly at the level of the original reincarnation Dao. This should have been the direction that senior sister Yang Cheng was working towards. He had not done it yet. Judging from the quality of his spirit and willpower, he believed that as long as senior sister promised, she would keep her promise. Engulfment, heavenly tribulation, and the new reincarnation were the 3 main points of overturning the existing order of the immortal court. The purpose of engulfment was to complete the survival of the fittest. The purpose of heavenly tribulation was the law of the jungle against the immortals. The reincarnation Dao was to dig out the roots of reincarnation and cultivation. The 3 overturning Daos were indispensable for him to achieve his goal perfectly. Otherwise, the new era would be flawed. If the reforms were not thorough, it would be impossible to achieve such overturning after the new era. Who did not want to succeed in this life and place their hopes on the next life? This was the wish of most people, including the Reformist Party. His only chance was to seize a fleeting moment during the chaos when the epoch changed. Therefore, the new reincarnation Dao realm was indispensable. However, Lu Xiaoyi's immersion in this Dao realm had not formed a system. His current reincarnation Dao realm was the old reincarnation Dao realm. There were some conceptual things that he had not had the time to put into practice. Under such circumstances, when he clashed with the Crow ancestors' new reincarnation Dao realm, he was immediately defeated. Once again, he was forced out of the Sword Disciple realm. The last time he experienced such awkwardness was when he was in the Foundation realm. Now that he was reliving it, he actually missed it. The reason why he was forced out was because he insisted on using the new reincarnation Dao realm instead of those Dao realms that he had mastered. This was his last bit of pride, his last shameful act. He was not pretending to be a grandson, he was a real grandson. However, he was best at treating himself as a grandson when he was pretending to be one and waiting for the day he became one. He pretended to be a grandson for 50 years. He spent 120 years in the Sword Disciple realm. If he added the experience in the celestial state, he had spent 130 years on the Sword Dao tablet. In terms of effectiveness, it was worth it. To be able to help him establish 3 innovative great Daos in 130 years was something that others would not even dare to think about. He did it, but he did not feel any joy. Because in the long process of comprehending the Dao realm, he slowly realized that his previous thoughts might have fallen into a certain misconception. He suddenly realized that Jian Ying's unusualness in the 3 innovations might represent another possibility. In the beginning, he was surprised by the breadth of Li Wuya's Dao realm. But in the past 100 years, he had been pondering over this question. Given Li Wuya's style, would he go easy on him? Even in the new Dao realm? At the very least, if Lu Xiaoyi set up a sword stele, he would not change his usual style. This was the Sword Dao stele. This was the place that Li Wuya left behind to guide his juniors. How could he hide it? If he didn't use the new Dao state, wouldn't the sword shadow in the sword apprentice state be exposed? He slowly stopped practicing the Dao realm. After 130 years, this was the first time he had entered the Sword Dao stele 3 times. It was as if the thing in front of him had a soul, and he spoke coldly. "Who are you?" The sword shadow in front of him did not answer, but it stopped the evolution of the Dao realm just like him. This should not be the case in the Sword Dao stele. For a checkpoint, automatically starting the battle was inevitable. Otherwise, how could there be so much time to look at you affectionately? This sword shadow understood his word. Lu Xiaoyi did not ask any more questions. He just kept urging his aura. If he was just exchanging pointers before, now he really wanted to kill. Someone actually dared to pretend to be his ancestor in the Sword Dao stele. No matter who he was, he would never let him go. His intuition told him that he should be an immortal. A half-immortal could not have such an ability, especially the ability to subvert the Dao. But even if he was an immortal, should he have such an ability? Lu Xiaoyi's aura became stronger and stronger. When he started to attack, he would not stop until he was dead. Even if he had to destroy the sword Dao Steely in the end, he would not hesitate. Just as he let go of all his misgivings and prepared to attack, a deep voice slowly sounded. It seemed to be far away, yet close at the same time. It was as if it was not in this world, yet it was so clear that he could hear it. Who am I? Millions of years is too long. I can't even remember those boring names. If you must know, it seems like in the recent millions of years, they called me Hong Mao. Although Lu Xiaoyi's aura was no longer rising, it did not decrease in the slightest. Even if this was true and he was facing one of the 4 laws of the universe, he would not put down the sword in his hand. That voice continued, "It's too long. It's so long that I almost forgot who I am. What are you doing? Do you still exist? But you don't have to worry. The sword Dao Steely will always be the swordsman's sword Dao Steely. I was just watching you evolve and devour, so I was moved and went along with you." People, even if they die, they still have to leave something behind for their descendant. Actually, the rules are the same. If I don't leave anything behind now, I'm afraid that after the new era, I won't be able to leave anything behind. Lu Xiaoyi was still vigilant. There are close to 10,000 Dao Steelies in the Heaven's Choice continent. You're paying attention to every single one of them? If not, why is it the sword Dao Steely? That voice faintly said, "Of course. Every single change of every Dao Steely is in my heart. To me, it's just an instinct. The power of the laws of order is far from what you can imagine. As for why here? Of course it's here. It can only be here. Because of the person who set up the Steely. He did something that I have always wanted to do but never had the chance to do. Because his descendant is still continuing his unfinished effort. Then, seeing that everything is in line with my intentions, I will show you something that as a human, you will never be able to understand completely. Consider it my attitude. Young man, don't think too much. In front of me, you are not even a chess piece." Lu Xiaoyi sneered, "But one of the 4 greatest laws in the world will not waste time on someone who is not even a chess piece." The voice was calm. "That's right. If you are my chess piece, then you will definitely not be able to escape the attention of the other 3 laws. In the end, you will achieve nothing. That's why I said that you are not chess pieces. You are your own masters. I don't want to affect you. I just want to show my understanding to a descendant. Right now, the heavenly Tao is in chaos. There are countless Taos in the land of the Yellow Dragon. Many of them have thoughts of betraying the Taos. That's why I have the chance to do something here. This is your opportunity, but it is also my opportunity. So, no one needs to thank the other." Chapter 2358. Lu Xiaoyi's mind raced. He had a premonition about this, but he did not expect it to come true. In fact, he really did not think that this was a good thing. Before the change of the era, he tried his best not to expose these 3 new great Taos to the heavenly axiom. This was the strategy he had been insisting on. That was why Qing Xian and Yang Cheng were in the front while he waited for the right opportunity to act. It was not that he deliberately let his friends take the blame for him, but heaven's retribution to Qing Xian and reincarnation to Yang Cheng were their own choices. He could not persuade them otherwise. Later on, during his research on these 3 great Taos, he was acutely aware of a problem. His friends were in the front, but their understanding of the Tao state might not succeed. This was also the reason why Yang Cheng did not cause too much of a commotion when he set up the tablet in the land of the Yellow Dragon. If Lu Xiaoyi were to set up these 3 Tao state, he would immediately poke a big hole in the sky. Because his understanding of these 3 great Taos was close to the truth, it was enough to make many people restless. Therefore, he had secretly made changes to his plan for the change of the era. In order to ensure the success rate, he had to be the last one to do it. But that was a change that would only appear at the last moment. It was still too early. Of course, when they gathered at the 5th ring, he also hinted to his friends that they must have a second choice. To put it more bluntly, Lu Xiaoyi wanted to take their first choice. The perfect situation would be for Qing Xian and Yang Cheng to set up 2 tablets. At the last moment, he would shoulder these 3 new great Taos. If there were any problems, he would face them alone. Life and death would depend on the turn of the era. Therefore, he rarely revealed his achievements in these three Dao state, except in the Sword Dao tablet, which he thought was the safest place. In the end, it was exactly the safest place that he thought was the safest place, but it did not escape the attention of Hong, and it was the most down and out Hong Maro. This fellow was the most miserable of the four Hong. Many cultivation orthodoxies only recognized the three Hong, but not the fourth Hong. It was squeezed into the negative space to preside over the order. It could be seen how unsatisfactory it was for the past millions of years. Was it really a good idea to mix with such an existence? Should he implicate himself in it? But now, it seemed that it was destined to be targeted by Hong Mao. From the moment Li Wuya came here to erect the sword Dao Stele, the sword vein had already established some sort of connection with Hong Mao. There was no way to avoid it. The problem was that he really wanted to know if Li Wuya's kidnapping of Dao De and the Dao Lord of Destiny had anything to do with Hong Mao. How deep was their relationship? He didn't even know where to start asking. He also didn't know if there would be karma if he asked. However, his worries were unnecessary. It was as if Hong Mao knew what he was thinking. Hong Mao's explanation was just right. There is one thing that you must understand. The change of epochs wasn't just the agreement of one of his laws. Even if he agreed, it wouldn't have succeeded. In truth, this was the decision of the four greats. This was the foundation. Change was necessary and unavoidable. The only difference was how to change. How much? To what extent? What direction? Therefore, the actions of Li Wuya and the Master of Fate had nothing to do with me. It was just that among the four herons, I was the one who wished to change completely. I couldn't have anything to do with you. That wouldn't be helping you, but harming you. I know this better than anyone else. After all, I've been with them for millions of years. I know the principles of their three laws too well. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly and tried his best not to speak. I have some secrets that I want to keep inside. However, I can't deliberately impart them. As long as I do so, the other three greats will immediately know. Unless, it was comprehended by the cultivators of the lower realm themselves. I'll then use a certain method to deepen their understanding, just like what I did when I pretended to be Li Wuya here. There are more and more such cultivators with the arrival of the new epoch. For example, there are many aspiring half-immortals who are secretly working hard to devour the heavenly tribulation and reincarnation. It's not just you. The universe is vast. There are many humans who want to change it. Many of them are amazing people who can see the essence of things clearly. Lu Xiaoyi understood Hong Mao's words very well. It was the truth. As far as he knew, there were many friends around him who were aspiring to do this. This was only in his small circle. If the scope was expanded to the entire universe, then there would be even more people who understood it. What I want to do is to choose the most possible one among them, the mastery of the Dao realm, the belief in change, the ability to survive, etc. Congratulations, I couldn't find anyone more suitable than you. Therefore, I appeared here. You have to know that this is not a coincidence. There are no coincidences in the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. I'm the only one. You think too highly of me. There was no emotion in that voice. No. You're not the only one. In your situation, I still have other choices. I told everyone that you're the only one, and then I told them that for your safety, I even found a few scapegoats for you. The purpose is to make the three greats confuse. This can be very cruel. But to the two of you, it does have the effect of covering each other. You can be a red flower or a green leaf. Which one you are depends on your ability. I think this is fair to the two of you, right? It was indeed very fair. For some reason, Lu Xiaoyi immediately thought of the bamboo hat's name. He was not afraid of competition. The only thing he was afraid of was being the only one. You're demonstrating the Dao realm here because you comprehended it yourself. Therefore, my participation will not attract the attention of the three greats. You're very smart. You didn't copy it. The last person who thought he had obtained a great opportunity and only knew how to copy it mechanically died. Inexplicably, So you see, you're not a chess piece, and I'm not a gambler. It's just that we have a common interest, so we coincidentally made a move. I don't care how much you learn. What you want to change has nothing to do with me. Whether you're willing to take this step in the end or not, I won't force you. This is your own decision. It has nothing to do with me. He was very clear about it. However, he was probably helpless. From this, it could be seen that Hong Maro really did not have any resistance in front of the other three greats. I won't give you any advice, nor will I make a plan for you. No matter how the era changes, how the universe changes, you can forget about getting any information from me. I'm just a pitiful rule that has silently endured for tens of millions of years. Seeing that my efforts are about to be destroyed, I still can't resist and have to raise both hands to welcome it. The only thing I can do is to find those who have the same idea as me, and then show them my understanding of the Tao, but not all of it. Because if I show everything, I'll be exposed. You can only rely on yourself to fill in the rest. I'll be honest. You're the most talented person I've ever seen, Lu Xiaoyi sneered. This last sentence, you've also said it to others, right? Chapter 2359. That voice didn't reply. Thus, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he hadn't wrongly accused it. But this wasn't what he was concerned about. You said that your efforts will be destroyed. Are you referring to the Heaven's Choice continent? If so, in a certain sense, isn't this change of eras also an inner scroll of the Four Graces? The three of them will join forces to destroy the foundation that isn't legitimate. That voice didn't reply. Silence meant silence. It seemed that tens of millions of years of patience hadn't eliminated the estrangement between them. But what will happen to the mortals of the Heaven's Choice? Will they become sacrifices of the inner scroll of the heavenly Tao? There was silence again. After a long time, I don't know. Because I won't appear in the new era. When the negative space disappears, I will disappear. This problem should be given to the new Hong, or the three of them, or not. But what is certain is that how to solve this problem is the necessary condition for the new Hong to ascend. So, you don't have to worry about this. This isn't a problem that you should worry about, but Lu Xiaoyi was entangled in this problem that Hong Maro regarded as a side issue. Although he didn't understand Hong's ability, Hong couldn't really transform into something to descend personally. They were the rules. Thus, they could only use the rules to restrict the actions of the cultivators below them. In other words, they couldn't guarantee that there would be no mistakes. They could only ensure that there wouldn't be any major losses. For example, a certain percentage of injuries. Even if there was a 10% loss, how much would it be in the billions? Even those who knew how to count their toes could calculate it. This was Hong's way of thinking about problems. Because they stood from different perspectives. Hong stood from the perspective of the rules, while Lu Xiaoyi stood from the perspective of humans. This was completely different. Perhaps, the new Hong would try his best to do something for his ascension. But since he didn't directly interfere, he would achieve his goal through the countless cultivators below him. Thus, he had to consider the problem of human nature. It was impossible for the subordinates to wholeheartedly complete the intentions of the higher-ups without any benefit. What were the benefits for cultivators? There were too many. But before the change of eras, establishing one's Tao was the greatest benefit. There was nothing else. Thus, solving this problem before the new era was far more suitable than after the new era. As long as the slightest bit of news was released, linking the safety of the mortals chosen by heaven to the establishment of the Tao, there would be no need for you to urge them. Naturally, countless people would rush over to pledge their lives. After the new era, how many people still had such thoughts? Lu Xiaoyi asked a purely technical question. You are the creator of the Heaven's Choice continent. For thousands of years, the Heaven's Choice continent was gradually formed under your watch. Then, I presume that you are the thought entity that understands the Heaven's law the most in this universe. I just want to know, if I want to break Heaven's Choice into tens or even hundreds of pieces, how should I do it? That voice was silent for a long time, leaving Lu Xiaoyi speechless. This Hong Mao's mainframe was a little slow. I wonder if it's because of the aging of the equipment, or because of the lack of energy from the other three greats. But at least it didn't remain silent. For tens of millions of years, the growth and expansion of the Heaven's Choice continent has been a pattern. It attracts the Heaven's Choice continent, and after a long period of time, it fuses together. Just like thousands of small stones being squeezed together to form a large stone, every star that fuses with the Heaven's Choice continent will leave behind traces of splicing. We call this a weld. In the long river of time, some of these welds are very strong, but some have flaws. If they suddenly appear in the universe of the origin world and collapse, they will definitely crack and collapse from these flawed weld. But I don't have any information in this area. Too much time has passed, so you can only look for it yourself. This is a huge project, and you might not be able to complete it in your lifetime. Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, "This is my problem." That voice reminded him again. I want to remind you that no matter what method you use, it's impossible to have no losses. After all, in such a large world domain, the slightest movement can cause the world to collapse. I understand what you mean. If you take the initiative to collapse Heaven's Choice continent in advance, the loss of population will be much smaller. If you wait until the new era and then wait for the universe to collapse, even with Hong's protection, even if the ratio is acceptable, the absolute number will still be astronomical. But have you thought about it? If you let the universe collapse, this will be the pain of the universe's changes, and the price of the pain. Just like in the face of a natural disaster, no one needs to bear the responsibility, but if you take the initiative to collapse it, even if the number of deaths will be much smaller, the loss of millions of people will still be counted on your head. Are you sure you still want to do it? This time, it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn to be silent. A very realistic problem was that it was safest to not do anything. As long as you do it, there will definitely be karma, especially in such a large world domain. Even if you told them in advance, there would still be countless coincidences that would happen. It wasn't like you were cutting a cake that could be perfectly cut according to your plan. A single crack that went out of your plan would cause the mortals in the city to face a calamity of destruction. There are many methods, but this is just a preliminary prediction. There will be many people involved. Let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps there will be a saint who will step forward. Hong Maro once again sank into habitual contemplation. This was the world he had created, including the Heaven's Choice continent and the anti-space. He had attained Tao late and was unable to compete with his three senior brothers. His heart was loftier than the heavens, and he could only create such a world to satisfy his pursuit of Tao. Strictly speaking, he had failed. After thousands of years of hard work, he could not see any hope. No one was interested in his ideal Tao. Until now, his living space was being squeezed. But misfortune could be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. In other words, when he was forced into a desperate situation, he saw the hope of a reversal. He actually did not have the right to speak about the change of eras. But the formation of the new world could not avoid the anti-space Heaven's Choice continent. Therefore, the four herons formed a tacit understanding, use the price of him, Hong Maro, withdrawing from the stage of cultivation history in exchange for the opportunity of the Heaven's Choice continent to integrate into the main world. Death did not mean anything to a law, because a law would never disappear. It would only change, integrate, and become a part of other laws. It was just that it no longer had the right to vote against. The formation of the Heaven's Choice continent was unexpected. Originally, he just wanted to create an anti-space to fight against the main world. These humans were just a byproduct of this process. But now, these byproducts determined its future. 100 billion people was the biggest problem he had set for the other three herons. No one could ignore it, not even Hong. This was the foundation. It would never change. Chapter 2360. Hong Maro had no choice but to leave the stage of cultivation history, but it was also inevitable. After holding on for millions of years, he could no longer hold on to his own world. Because in the negative space, there was no Tao that belonged to him, not a single one. Even if the innate Tao tablets were arranged neatly here, and the postnatal Tao tablets were everywhere, there was no innate Tao that belonged to him alone. There were countless reasons, but the other three were definitely behind it. A world without innate Tao couldn't last long. For millions of years, Hong Maro had been controlling everything in the negative space. He helped to build so many tablets, and helped the people of Heaven's Choice obtain the most extensive knowledge of Tao. He hoped that one of them could change the order of Tao. Only after millions of years did he understand that if he didn't disappear, it would never happen. The new era was the trend of the universe. As a Hong, he had to follow this trend. But in following it, he could bring in his own private goods. For example, the three Hong, their goal was to completely eliminate this little junior brother that had harassed them for millions of years, completely erasing the existence of the negative space, because this was abnormal for a normal world. The Great Peacock also accepted this change because it could achieve its lifelong goal through its own death. He was gone, but his Tao would rise in the main world, affecting and completely overturning the order of cultivation. In a sense, this was his success. He had already seen the signs. More and more humans were awakening and realizing the importance of his ideals to the cultivation world. Devouring, heaven's tribulation, reincarnation, these were the most important core. He had finally waited for this day. To a law, it wasn't important whether he could see it or not. As long as his Tao could be popular in the new era, he would live in it. But there was a problem here. Just like what the swordsman said, the survival of the people in the Heaven's Choice continent would affect everyone's fate. The lower the cultivation level, the smaller the effect. Below True Monarch, it was almost negligible. But half immortals would be affected by karma, and there would only be more immortals. To the four Hong, this was extremely important. If they couldn't handle these billions of people well, the three Hong might lose their position in the new era. And his thousands of years of effort would be destroyed. If he couldn't protect the common people, then there was no need to talk about a new Tao. In the relationship between the four Hong, the Heaven's Choice continent would become the hottest potato. Whoever ate it would burn their mouth. However, the swordsman proposed a solution that he had never thought of before: split the swordsman. These were two different ways of doing things. He wanted to throw the hot potato to the San Hong after the new era, while the swordsman's method was to solve it themselves before the new era. If they solved it well, their revolutionary power would be acknowledged by the heavenly axiom. This was indeed the way of a swordsman. They always pursued the initiative and would never hand it over to others. However, when it came to a large domain with a population of over 100 billion, the difficulty of the operation was so complicated that no one dared to guarantee its success. Even it did not dare to do it, not even San Hong. How many losses could the heavenly Tao tolerate? 10 billion? Or hundreds of millions or tens of millions? Before something happened, who could accurately measure it? Who could make the final judgment after the incident? Even it couldn't figure out the gains and losses involved. Lu Xiaoyi felt that this guy was about to crash, so he expressed his opinion. Whether you agree or not, whether you support me or not, I will still do it. Just as you said, we are just chess friends who occasionally play chess. I don't have to do anything for you, and you don't have to bear any responsibility for me. I won't think too much about whether the losses are reasonable or not. I will only think about my responsibility. Even if I make a mistake, who hasn't? The heavenly Tao should be able to tolerate young people making mistakes, right? Hong Maro felt that its thousands of years of thinking was about to be confused. Allow you to make mistakes. Mistakes that involved billions of human lives. You're not an ordinary kind of person. It originally had a very clear concept, but after coming into contact with this swordsman, it suddenly became complicated. As expected of the biggest shit stirrer in the cultivation world. He was born with the ability to stir clear water into muddy water, and finally into mud. Should it just sit back and watch? Or, should it think about this question carefully? But before that, the Heaven's Choice continent was its territory after all. Everything that happened here was more or less related to it, so it couldn't escape. So, it had to at least remind this swordsman. The Heaven's Choice continent's plates have been fused together for thousands of years. It's very difficult to determine the boundaries of the plates through the ability of cultivators. Where is the weak point? There is only one chance. When the great Tao of space collapses, at that moment, the plates of the heaven's choice continent will show the boundaries of the original stars when space collapses. It would also reveal the most accurate way to split it. I can do more, but I can't do it. If I do it, you will be exposed. Lu Xiaoyi nodded to express his understanding. He couldn't be exposed to San Hong for the time being. Even if he was very dazzling now, his actions didn't constitute a fatal threat in San Hong's eyes. He was just an ordinary man. He could jump higher and jump more happily, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation. He lamented, as Hong, "Can't the four of you sit down and have a good discussion? Everyone working together is originally a very simple matter, but you have to sell fake medicine in the negative space, causing everyone to lose their direction." The voice replied very quickly this time. "My medicine isn't fake. It's a new medicine. It's just that I didn't get the right to circulate it in the cultivation world. Do you think I want to sell these? Can I enter the existing system? It's already controlled by others. As long as I sell it, it will affect other people's interest. So I can only set up a Tao tablet in the Heaven's Choice continent to sell imitations. I hope that after eating too many imitations, I will be able to eat something unique to myself. Forget it, it's useless to talk about these things. I will show you what I know. As for your path, it has nothing to do with me." Lu Xiaoyi agreed. "Yes, it doesn't matter." The voice stopped. The sword moved and sword light filled the sky again. Lu Xiaoyi knew that Hong Maro had left. He had no interest in continuing. He withdrew from the sword disciple realm and stayed in the sword tablet space, carefully thinking about everything that had happened. After cultivating for more than 3,000 years, he finally began to come into contact with the true top of the cultivation world. Was it Hong Maro? Yes, and no. These thoughts could be Hong Mao's. But as Hong, it was impossible for him to talk to a lower realm cultivator like this. The only way Hong could talk was through the rules and the great Tao. Because it was a rule, how could it be the same as a human? This was the reason why it always seemed like it was going to crash at any time. No matter who it was a difficult thing to impersonate Hong to convey a message. Then, this person should be a living person who was in cahoots with Li Wuya and the Tao Lord of Fate. A few golden immortals didn't seem to be too big. Chapter 2361. In this cultivation world, not having enough brains was fatal. But what Lu Xiaoyi was most proud of was the calmness that always existed in his heart. He would never speak incoherently because of authority and lose his ability to think independently. This was a huge game of chess. Intricate and complicated, unpredictable. Every person or force that had the ability to play a role would participate in it. No one would watch coldly from the sidelines. Even Hong had entered the stage. There was no reason for the golden immortals to sit still. There was no need to guess who it was. To put it nicely, it was doing a good deed without leaving a name. Actually, it was just a financial backer below the stage. Seeing that this person was putting in so much effort, he gave him a flower. He was very clear that he would never be able to understand the intricacies of this. The key was to understand what he wanted. As for the rest, it was fine to feign civility and not treat anyone as a savior. Even if it was a golden immortal, even if it was Hong, his only savior was himself. The benefits were still very obvious. He had a deeper understanding of the wonders of the three realms and knew how to split the Heaven's Choice. Otherwise, with the size of the Heaven's Choice continent, it would be an impossible task to completely investigate the strength of its internal structure. After sorting out his thoughts, he threw this fortuitous encounter to the side. Who cares? With a long laugh, he rushed into the realm of sword disciples. This time, he had to beat the old man down. In the universe, the new generation would replace the old. Only by beating the old man down would he be able to show the greatest respect to his seniors. This was probably what Li Wuya wanted to see the most. A moment later, the sword Tao tablet shone brightly. Lu Xiaoyi walked out proudly. He was greeted by a huge word that was undergoing an unbelievable change. Without any specific prize, it was not within Li Wuya's consideration at all. This word kept changing. Light and shadow intersected, forming another space. This was the big prize that Senior was so magnanimous. If you beat me, you have the qualifications to establish another realm here. 10th realm. Lu Xiaoyi bowed deeply and thanked Senior for his praise. Then, he naturally wrote 4 big words on the 10th realm, Sword Soldier Realm. Swordsman. This was how they improved. Everyone would make a ladder for those who came after them. There was no end to it. It did not mean that it was above the realm of Sword Disciple. It was just another choice. The inheritance of the sword vein did not need to be separated so clearly. Later on, when someone else reached the next realm, as long as they could defeat Li Wuya and the shit-stick Lu, they would reach the 11th realm. With a shake of his body, he entered the realm. He needed to create a sword shadow for himself here so that he could fully display his battle prowess. He couldn't let others say that he was just here to make up the numbers. Outside the sword Dao Steely, there was a similar burst of brilliance. With one look, one could tell that it was impossible for it to collapse. A Yuanying swordsman laughed. What did I say? When I said that it was an upgrade, none of you believed me. You all said that I was being whimsical, only reporting good news and not bad news. Now, look at this brilliance. Who knows what will happen inside? Would there be a VIP room? Special services? Custom arrangement? Everyone was in a good mood. This was good news. All these years of waiting were not in vain. But who knew what surprises awaited them? This matter was mysterious. When the other great Dao Steelies were collapsing, the sword Dao Steely did the opposite. Who knew what this meant? When the time comes, the heavens and earth will work together. Such a change was really exciting. It also meant that the opening was not far away, 130 years. What kind of transformation would take so long? A few months later, one morning, most of the swordsmen were meditating outside the sword Dao Steely. The intersection of yin and yang was the most important point of the day. There was no distinction between realms. This was a very solemn scene. With the sword Dao Steely as the center, the swordsmen sat around it. The formation of hundreds of cultivators looked very majestic. However, there was an impatient Jindan cultivator. He hastily ended his cultivation and walked around the sword Dao Steely. This was a sign that he was not experienced enough. As he walked, he bumped into the sword Dao Steely. In the past, he would be gently ejected. It was as if there was a layer of energy covering the sword Dao Steely. He loved to bump into the sword Dao Steely like this. Who knows, he might be the first lucky person to enter the upgraded sword Dao Steely. This was a very childish way of thinking. Even a perfected cultivator would not do such a thing. Except for little Jin Dan, who had a little bit of a mortal heart. But this time, little Jin Dan disappeared after bumping into the sword Dao Steely. Immediately, there was an uproar outside the sword Dao Steely. Although all of them pretended to be diligent in their cultivation, their consciousness was always focused on the sword Dao Steely. Once little Jin Dan disappeared, hundreds of streaks of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the sword Dao Steely was empty. It was as if there was no one there. Little Jin Dan had just entered. He was still in a daze. He immediately reacted and said, "I'm the first." The area around him was already crowded with people. It was still the same sword Dao Steely space. There was no ceiling, no tiles, no lanterns, no flags, and no atmosphere. But everyone immediately realized that the sword Dao Steely was different. The 9 realms of the sword Dao Steely had become the 10 realms. The word reward that was once hanging high in the air was gone. It was replaced with the word punishment. Sword Soldier Realm. Escort Lu has increased his realm. Some perfected cultivators immediately realized something. At this moment, all the swordsmen understood why the sword Dao Steely was sealed. It was different from what they had guessed. It was not because it was on the verge of collapse, nor was it because it was being renovated. It was because Escort Lu had challenged Li Wuya in the past 130 years. He had succeeded. Hence, there was the 10th realm that belonged solely to Escort Lu. In other words, if anyone here succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to reach the 11th realm, the 12th realm. Layer by layer. The Golden Core cultivator laughed heartily. I talked to Escort Lu, and he even patted me on the shoulder. I think he also thinks highly of my potential, someone beside him said disdainfully. It's more likely that he thinks you look like shit, but their excitement was illusory. It was like the moon in the water and the flowers in the mirror. They could only look at it, but not feel it. Because they did not have the qualifications to enter, not to mention the 10th realm, they did not even have the qualifications to enter the 9th realm or the 8th realm. The strongest perfected cultivator here could only enter the 7th realm, the Sword Dao realm. He could not even last long. To them, the Sword Soldier realm was just a pie in the sky. It was an unattainable goal. But they quickly realized that the second change in the Sword Dao stele was closely related to them. It was the word punishment. Lu Xiaoyi's attitude towards cultivators who could not last long in their realm was different from his predecessor, Li Wuya. Li Wuya was a reward, and a reward that was incomparably ugly. Lu Xiaoyi was a punishment, and a punishment that was incomparably wretched. Go out and run naked. Otherwise, you will be stripped of your qualifications to enter the Sword Dao stele again. P.S. Recommend a book, Transmigrating to the Han Dynasty as Chen Ping, by Yu Shu Jinlan. Interested friends, add it as a bookmark. It's not easy for newcomers. Chapter 2362. Lu Xiaoyi was in a very good mood as he watched the sword cultivators wailing and howling outside the Sword Dao stele from high in the clouds. He was not a pervert. It was not a joke. This was the punishment method used by the sword soldiers, but it had a very deep psychological meaning. Without a doubt, the swordsmen here were all hardworking, to the point of torturing themselves. They could wield the same sword year after year, unless they reached a level that they were satisfied with. This was necessary for battle, but for cultivation, it was terrible. They needed to understand what it meant to cultivate happily, and not always have a bitter and vengeful attitude. Such an attitude would cause the sword vein to change bit by bit, turning it into a killing machine. The most realistic thing was that this kind of training was not in line with the true meaning of cultivation. They would walk into a dead end, indulging in the temptation of techniques, and forget the most important path for cultivators. They needed to have a relaxed heart. This was not in conflict with hardworking training, but now, these swordsmen were in a special period before the arrival of a new era, and it was very difficult for them to maintain a normal and peaceful state of mind. Hence, their hard-working training became a shackle, and the more they struggled, the tighter it became. There were many ways to relax, but Lu Xiaoyi did not have the time to teach them, so he could only use the simplest, most wretched, and most rebellious method. When they could calmly circle around the Willow Sea, just like their seniors in the sword soldiers, they would naturally understand the meaning of cultivating happily. This was the only way he could help these swordsmen. Fat Otaku looked at these crazy humans from the clouds and laughed foolishly. What he could not understand was, how could such a small fellow have the nerve to show himself? Light had long known of his junior's pranks, and was not surprised. He would not be surprised if he did this to the dome one day. Fifth ring, successfully passing through the cave elephant. The casualties are minimal. Most of them are due to excessive shock caused by the intense sound and light effects, which led to a series of complications. Most of them are elderly, the radiation is within a controlled range, and did not cause any direct harm. Of course, the specific effects still need time to prove, but a few generations have passed, and we have not discovered any abnormalities. The fifth ring is getting further and further away from Cave Elephant. I won't go back anymore. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. What do you mean by negligible? How negligible? Guang Ming was embarrassed. More than 1 million people died. When we passed through the cave, the sky above the city was like hell. Under the rays, space was distorted, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. They tried their best, but some things can't be avoided just by trying. I heard that tens of thousands of people died during the carnival after the disaster. There's really no way. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. It was just a collision between reality and illusion. There were no earthquakes or collapses. Just the sound and light effects created by the rays had killed more than 1 million people. For the fifth ring, which had a population of 10 billion, it was just a 1 in a million chance, but the absolute number was still unacceptable. What he was thinking was that the splitting of the Heaven's Choice continent would definitely cause a commotion several times greater than the 5 rings. How many buildings could still be preserved under the cracks? The collapse of mountains, the collapse of riverbanks, the destruction of buildings, the backflow of seawater, plus the 100 billion people of Heaven's Choice. He suddenly realized why the Da Luo Golden Deity was not optimistic about his splitting plan. At least, the karma of hundreds of millions of lives was not something that any cultivator could bear. Even if it was an immortal, he would probably be struck by the heavenly punishment and die without a burial place. His thinking was still a little too simple. He needed to discuss it with his friends. Yes, it would be best to leave it to Qing Xian. This was not shirking responsibility, but he wanted to help his friend. If Qing Xian's heavenly punishment and Yang Cheng's reincarnation were snatched away in the end, it would definitely cause them to be in a predicament in establishing Dao. This was not a simple problem of establishing another Dao. Dao required wholehearted devotion, not multitasking. If they could only choose to establish another Dao in the end, their progress and understanding might not be comparable to those who were focused on one Dao. This would be a big problem. Although he had not been to the land of the Yellow Dragon, but after all these years of experience, he had a vague idea about establishing Dao. From his point of view, was establishing Dao purely a competition of whose Dao state was higher? Even if it was purely a competition of Dao state, it was actually not easy to determine who was better. This was because the focus was different, and there was another important point. After establishing Dao in the future, the person who established Dao had the potential to deepen the Dao. These things couldn't be judged on paper. The 3 old fellows of the 5th ring taught him a lesson. They let him know that Dao also needed to be packaged. This was the difference between the Dao of humans and the Dao of nature. The characteristic of the Dao of humans was that there were a lot of artificial factors. Packaging was one, and there was another, which was to look at the contribution to the human world. If 2 people's Dao state were about the same, one of them only cared about himself while the other cared about the people of the universe, how would the Dao of heaven choose? Therefore, the matter of Heaven's Choice was troublesome, it was a challenge, but it was also an opportunity. It was suitable for a meticulous person like Qing Xian to preside over it. Let his friends join in. Everyone was tied together, carrying each other and running forward together. This was the real fun. Speaking of which, they had already boarded Lu Xiaoyi's pirate ship. If he did not pull them, would they be able to escape? He looked at Guang Ming, who had already become Jin Dan's senior martial brother when he was in Foundation establishment. He did not have much contact with him, but since they were from the same sect, he needed to say something. Don't be anxious. Forget about the change of eras. Everyone will have their own spring, it's just a matter of whether it's earlier or later. However, if you insist on chasing after something that does not belong to you, you will often lose what you have. I'll still say the same thing. The change of eras is an opportunity, but the thousands of years after the change of eras are also opportunities. After all, the innate Dao is limited. After the immortal court determines the innate Dao, they will send a large number of post-celestial Daos to the next era. Think about the scale of the immortal court now. If hundreds or thousands of immortals were to be promoted in the next 10,000 years after the new era, what would it be like? There are too many opportunities. Just grab hold of your own. I've already told you this when we were in the 5th ring. I hope you can truly understand. Guang Ming nodded silently. He admitted that he was a little impulsive to enter the blight state, but it was only because of the unwillingness in his heart. However, now that he thought about it, everyone had their own way of protecting Shenyuan. Lu Xiaoyi was one way, Li Wuya was another, but the 3 Qins Chonglu, Wu Shixing, and White Tiger were also one way. I understand. I will stay in the Sword Dao Stele for a long time before going to the land of the Yellow Dragon to watch the show and see how senior martial brother displays his might. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Don't. Who knows, maybe you won't be able to show your face, but your butt instead. P.S. Recommend a book, Edge of the Starry Sky, by Fu Tong. Those who are interested can subscribe and bookmark it. Chapter 2363. Light went to the Sword Path Stele, leaving behind a cautious fat otaku, who was respectfully waiting on the side. He could be considered an elder of 2 dynasties. Previously, he had hugged a powerful thigh, but that thigh collapsed on its own. Now, he had hugged another one. This ability was not ordinary. Not only did he need to be observant, he also needed to be able to endure humiliation, act dumb, and have a bit of luck. He originally had a companion, Cheng Huang, but it was not patient enough. In the end, it did not survive. Most of the ancient beasts are not here, right? He asked casually. Fat Otaku did not dare to answer casually. This swordsman's thigh was even harder to please than the previous one. He could not understand his intentions at all. Most of them are not here. They have all gone to the origin world to play. You also know that the Heaven's Choice continent is in a precarious situation. Who would still be here foolishly? Who knows what the future will be like? Therefore, they have gone out to the origin world to find a place for everyone to settle down. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It was a very normal thought. Have you found it? Fat Otaku smiled awkwardly. Not yet. We have taken a liking to other creatures. We don't care about those that don't have a master, those that are neither high nor low. There are some targets that we are not satisfied with. You don't know. Although the origin world is very big, there are very few places that are suitable for us. We are also not willing to get involved with the sacred beasts. After all, we have only been here for a short time. To us, the difference between sacred beasts and vicious beasts will not disappear in 1,000,000 years, so. Lu Xiaoyi was silent. This was not what he had expected. The origin world was very big, but no matter how big it was, it could not withstand the exploration during the golden age of cultivation. The treasured places suitable for cultivation had long been occupied by others. The key was that before the arrival of the new era, it was not good to openly compete with others. After I leave, I will give you a mission. Gather these fellows back. I have something for them to do. Fat Otaku's heart trembled. This gathering of ancestors, other than fighting, the only difference was who they were fighting. Understood. I will do it now. I will try to gather them all within 100 years. Oh, 50 years. About the sacred beasts. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. There is no need to be so anxious. I'll give you 500 years. Just come back when the time comes. Tell them that we're not fighting this time. We're just finding a place for them to settle down. I won't force the holy beasts. That's your own business. Fat Otaku immediately perked up. Other people might not be able to find a good place, but how could Lu Thai be bad at finding a good place? Understood, understood. Don't worry, as long as I release the news, 1 or 2 of them will come back in less than 100 years. It's not reliable to count on them to find the treasure ground, so senior brother has to do it. Senior martial brother, where is this place you're talking about? Lu Xiaoyi didn't say it out loud. You'll know when you come back. It's not the right time to announce it. Fat Swordsman did not dare to ask too many questions as he was afraid that he would disturb Fatty's plans. After all these years, the growth of this young swordsman was terrifying. He was no longer the timid and cautious Yuaniing that he used to be when they first met. Standing beside him, Fat Otaku could feel a threatening aura, as if he was the ruler of the universe. Fat Otaku's only worry was that swordsmen were all one-track minded. They looked fine in the front, but they couldn't think straight in the back. Fat Otaku's only worry was that the swordsman had a hard time. Lu Xiaoyi was about to leave when he stopped and asked, if there's a new place, will you miss this place? Fat Otaku stared blankly and sighed. Of course. It's hard to leave one's homeland. Not only humans, It's the same for us, immemorial beast. If we can keep this place, even if the spiritual opportunity is lacking, we can accept it. Unfortunately, who knows what this place will become in the future? Lu Xiaoyi leaped into the air and went higher and higher. He adjusted his altitude and tried to observe the Heaven's Choice continent from all angles. His powerful divine sense swept across the land without any restraint, causing many cultivators to be on guard. They didn't know who was searching for whom. He wasn't searching for anyone, he was sweeping across the continent. What disappointed him was that the higher he flew, the wider he could see. However, his divine sense couldn't penetrate far into the ground. It stopped at a mere 100 li, so it was meaningless. The thickness of the Heaven's Choice continent was more than 10 million li. It wasn't something his divine sense could completely penetrate. Even if he landed on the ground and went deep into the Earth's crust, his divine sense could only reach 1,000 li. This was mainly because the Earth pulp absorbed his divine sense. However, if he drilled into the Earth's crust, he would lose control of the entire structure of the continent. He was in a dilemma. It was impossible to separate such a huge object by force. The only way was, as the Golden Immortal had said, to find the edges of the Heaven's Choice continent when it was formed, and then use those edges of the Earth's crust that were not stable and had a low degree of adhesion to separate it. How many celestial bodies did the Heaven's Choice continent consist of? Historical records said that there were more than 200 pieces. This number didn't include those small meteorites and the like. In reality, there must be more than this. Outside of historical records, a conservative estimate was close to 500 celestial bodies. Of course, it was impossible to separate them into 500 pieces. There were many ways to do it. For example, choosing the largest 10 pieces or dozens of pieces, and those plates that were tightly glued together could be considered as one. It was unimaginable how much effort would be put into this kind of geological research. In this cultivation world, no one had the interest to record the shape of each celestial body after it was glued together with the Heaven's Choice continent. It was impossible to record it clearly because the plates of the Earth's crust were compressed and changed. Some places would be completely compressed and fused together, some places would form faults, which was the source of earthquakes. It was too complicated. Sometimes, he would think, what was the point of finding such trouble for himself? Was it to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind? He didn't seem to have such universal love. He wasn't a saint, he never was. The change of eras wasn't caused by him. He was just one of the millions of speculators in this process, the one who placed a bigger bet. Even if a tragedy really happened to the Heaven's Choice continent, he wouldn't be the one to blame. This was the truth. From the Golden Immortal's mouth, he knew Hong Mao's intention. Even Hong didn't dare to casually touch such a difficult problem. Therefore, Hong Mao was inclined to delay this problem until after the new era to make things difficult for San Hong. This was a very normal choice, but it could also be seen why Hong Mao couldn't rise to the top for thousands of years. It lacked the spirit to go all out and forge ahead. Of course, for a rule, one couldn't expect it to be hot-blooded or take on more responsibilities. The characteristic of a rule was that it had to make precise calculations and then find the most suitable path. But it was also because of this methodicality that San Hong could completely suppress it. Because no matter how it calculated, it couldn't be considered the joint efforts of San Hong. Chapter 2364. Lu Xiaoyi could have chosen the same strategy as Hong Mao, not mentioning this problem and leaving everything to Hong. But after much consideration, he decided to face the problem himself. There were many reasons. His future superego was Hong. This meant that when he did things, he should always use Hong's standards to judge himself. It was fine if he didn't know, but if he pretended not to know, it was denying himself. To put it simply, the life of a maid was the master's heart. Did the changes in the Heaven's Choice continent really have nothing to do with him? Maybe, but it definitely had something to do with the sword vein and Li Wuya. After going around in circles, it had something to do with him. Since it was related, with his personality, He wouldn't pretend not to see it. He would definitely solve it in advance. His ambition was to overturn the cultivation order of the entire immortal court. He was a troublemaker, a troublemaker. Perhaps in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he was also someone who couldn't be controlled. Then, why should the heavenly Tao tolerate his betrayal? And three of them at the same time? The heavenly Tao wasn't his father. He had to do something to let the heavenly Tao know that he wasn't an unreasonable person, that he wasn't a troublemaker just for the sake of causing trouble, that he still believed in order, that he was someone who always cared about the common people. He needed to do something big to show his attitude. To let the heavenly Tao see that other than causing trouble, he also had his own merit. Only then could it tacitly approve of the changes he was about to make. When you want to do something very subversive, you have to do something very traditional, beautiful, and loving at the same time. This was balance. In the end, even if his heart was like stone, he knew that if the Heaven's Choice continent was allowed to return to the main world in the new era, there would be countless deaths and injuries. He couldn't completely ignore it. He wasn't a stone now, he still had his own feelings. He could tolerate deaths and injuries, but that would only be after his efforts failed. If he didn't work hard, how could he forgive himself? This was his current mentality. He climbed out of a hole, then jumped into an even deeper hole with his eyes wide open, never tired of it, never tired of courting death. Then now, it was time to go to the land of the Yellow Dragon. While observing other people's great Taos, he also began to establish his own great Tao. His worry for the Heaven's Choice continent was ultimately a preparation for establishing his Tao. Packaging, creating momentum, doing good deeds, everything was for the sake of his final goal. After leaving the Heaven's Choice continent and leaving the origin world, he didn't go to Juzian again. There had to be a limit to how much they could be intimate with each other. The most important thing was to have a psychological comfort and not be intimate with each other. This time, he used the interior heaven as a rotation point and placed the projection point at the land of the Yellow Dragon. The next moment, he appeared far away from the land of the Yellow Dragon. Qing Xian would need 20 years to make such a trip, but he did not need it. 10 years would suffice. In the light and shadow, he could clearly feel that there were many cultivators flying towards the Yellow Dragon's land. Although it was still a bit early to fly to the Yellow Dragon's land, everyone had their own thoughts. Many of them had staked their futures on the Yellow Dragon's land. If they could not achieve anything, they would rather not go back. He died in the land of the Yellow Dragon and became the background of this historical moment. It was very tragic and stirring, but this was cultivation. 10 years later, Lu Xiaoyi arrived at the place that had now become the only topic of discussion in the cultivation world of the universe. At first glance, it seemed like the number of cultivators had already exceeded 100,000. He didn't know where so many half-immortals and monarchs came from, but he could foresee that this was just the beginning. Around this space, close to 100,000 cultivators were scattered and suspended in the air. For most of them, once they came here, they would never leave again unless a new era came. Only those half-immortals who could circulate through the interior and exterior heavens had the ability to come and go as they pleased here. 2,000 years. For many monarchs who still had lifespan left, this was not a difficult matter. There were also very few Yuanying who were staking everything here. They would either use the land of the Yellow Dragon to become a monarch or die here. This kind of desperate situation was also very common in the cultivation world. It was to use a major event to increase one's realm. Everyone had their own goals and thoughts, but the only rule here was that meaningless fighting was prohibited. Otherwise, one would be attacked by a group. Of course, no one would come here to fight and kill at this juncture. It was completely unreasonable. If you had resentment, you could go to the other party's Tao tablet to vent it. If you wanted to stand out and attract attention, you could go and establish your own Tao. Immediately, countless comments covered the sky and earth. The real arena was in this space. The surrounding space was still sparse, but this sparse was only in comparison to the vast space. In fact, the number of Tao steles here was increasing at an extremely fast speed. When Qing Xian first came here, there were only slightly over 1,000 Tao steles. Less than 200 years had passed and now, There were already over 3,000 Dao steles erected here. Lu Xiaoyi slowly approached this space in a low-key manner. When everyone's attention was on the Dao tablets inside, very few people were paying attention to who was passing by. There were close to 100,000 people outside. Most of them had the intention to observe. They knew that if they went up, they would only be embarrassing themselves. But if they could gain some enlightenment from the Dao state of the tide leaders, that would be the best reward. It could help them to gain the clearest Dao distribution and tide of the new era. The Dao tablets in Tianzi continent had already become a thing of the past. The Dao tablets here represented the future. This was also the real reason why Tianzi continent was declining. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the Dao tablets were no longer popular, who would still stay there? But there were also those who were crafty, or rather cautious. They had the strength to establish a tablet, and they were very strong. But they still observed from the outside. They kept going in and out of other people's Dao tablets, especially those that were related to themselves. They wanted to learn from them and enrich themselves. They learned from others' strong points to make up for their weaknesses. They wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when establishing their Dao. Of course, those who had already established their Dao had the opportunity to improve. The owner of the Dao tablets didn't require you to stay inside after establishing your Dao. You could also go in and out freely. While establishing your Dao for others to evaluate, you could also go around and learn from others' things. Actually, it was a process of stealing and plagiarizing. It was an open book exam, but things like Dao weren't something that could be solved by plagiarizing. It required years of immersion and in-depth study. It required one to take a different path. It required a lot of time to form one's own things. For example, if you were both in the pure yang realm, and you saw that someone else's pure yang was not bad, you would go and learn from them. But if you only learned a little, it would be useless. Once you learned more, you would fall into someone else's rhythm. Then, you would move these completely other people's rhythm back to your own Dao tablet. In the end, when the heavenly Dao judged you, it would tacitly recognize you as someone else's branch, and you would lose the qualifications to establish your own Dao. The competition had already begun, so everyone who had the intention to establish their Dao wished to understand more about the standards and direction of other people's Dao state. But they didn't dare to go too deep into it. They were afraid that the more they learned, the more reasonable they would become. In the end, they would become a fan of other people's Dao state. Their own Dao state wasn't even there. There were already many cultivators who viewed themselves in this kind of observation. There was no smoke, but it was still cruel. Chapter 2365. To cultivators who paid special attention to the state of mind, relying on sneakily solving the great Dao heavenly chasm was not the attitude of a daoist. The normal process was to enter other people's Dao steles lightly and skim through them, focusing on the direction and domain, not the specific details. This was the true learning attitude. In learning from each other, the most feared thing was to be led into a ditch by others. This was a taboo before the great Dao was formed. That was why they were divided into two groups. Some were eager to set up a stele and fixed what they thought was unique first, then it would not be counted as plagiarism. Some were not in a hurry to set up a stele. They were confident that their hearts would be firm, and they would see more and think more. When they set up their Dao, they would be very comprehensive and not endlessly sewing and patching. These were determined by their personality and habits, and there was no fixed number. Lu Xiaoyi had just arrived. When he was in the fifth ring, he did not have time to communicate with his friends who had set up steles, so he still had some doubts. He looked around and wanted to find someone to clear his doubts. Although he would naturally know everything after staying here for a long time, he had a mouth and was here to ask questions. Clearly, a question could be solved with a few words, so why bother to investigate it himself? He did not have the modesty of a half-immortal cultivator at all. Here, everyone was on the same starting line. In the surrounding space, most of the cultivators had their eyes closed and were immersed in their own great Dao. Few gathered together to chat. Of course, there were all kinds of birds in the forest. There were also those who liked to teach others, those who liked to gossip, and those who exchanged information. Not far away, there was such a group of people, men and women. There were perfected lords and half-immortals. They gathered together and chatted happily. Who knew if they were from the same orthodoxy or the same domain? The land of Yellow Dragon was also a rare stage. It gave the seniors and juniors who had not seen each other for a long time a chance to gather. Therefore, the juniors often had feelings of admiration, and the seniors also had the intention to give them advice. It was also an opportunity to teach them on the spot. After all, there were thousands of vivid examples placed there. They were excellent teaching materials that could not be encountered normally. Since they were all chatting, of course, he could go over and disturb them. He was the shitty Lou, not the kitchen god Lou. It was not to the point where everyone knew him. When all the cultivators in the universe gathered here, in fact, most people still did not know him. Sorry to disturb you. It's my first time here, so there are still some things that I don't understand. Fellow Taoists, I see that all of you are relaxed. Obviously, you know a lot about this place. Can I ask you a few questions? There were more than 10 people in this group. Judging from their auras, they should be from a certain sect. But which celestial body did they come from? Cultivators rarely asked about the secrets of their origins. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you want to know where my family is? Among them, there were 2 half-immortals, one Chen and one Kuan. It seemed like they were the great ancestors of this orthodoxy. Now that they were together with their own sect members who came to the Yellow Dragon, of course, they had the intention to guide them. Chen Xiu was very courteous. It's fine. Since we've come to the Yellow Dragon land, we're all family. There's no such thing as first come, first served. I have been in Yellow Dragon for 100 years. I don't dare to say that I know everything, but I know the general rules. Fellow Daoist, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Kuan Xiu was very beautiful and looked like a standard fairy. However, the way she spoke was a little indescribable. Other people come here to quietly observe. Why does fellow Daoist open your mouth and ask? There are some things that others say may not be as real as experiencing it yourself. Lu Xiaoyi was all smiles. I'm lazy and have a short temper. I came late, so I could only open my mouth. It's like this. I see that this space doesn't allow cultivators to enter. Chen Xiu nodded. That's right. There are too many cultivators here, and too many people have messy hands. They all surround the Dao steelies they're interested in, so others can't observe. It's like a market, so you can only watch from afar. Unless you enter the Dao steelies. Kuan Xiu shook her head. Why should I go in? It's like shopping in the mortal world. If you keep haggling and commenting, you won't buy in the end. It's a waste of people's feelings and affects people's business. You can either set up your own stall or go in and try. Those who wander around the market are mostly thieves. If you want to go in and wander around, do you want to be a Dao thief? Observing other people's Dao state, going in to observe and absorb it completely, would be suspected of plagiarism. However, if you comprehended it outside, the heavenly Dao wouldn't take it seriously. What Kuan Xiu meant was, if you wander around outside the Dao steelies, are you trying to steal the Dao? Lu Xiaoyi wasn't angry. He kind of understood the origin of this orthodoxy. It was a very different, very famous, and very funny orthodoxy in the cultivation world. It was called whether or not the Dao was. This orthodoxy was a orthodoxy that cultivated the heart. It was divided into 2 branches. One was yes, and the other was no. Those who cultivated the Dao were like Chen Xiu. They said yes to everything and were good people. Those who cultivated the no Dao were like Kuan Xiu. They opposed everything and went against everything. When one cultivated yes to no, or cultivated no to yes, that was the second stage. In the end, whether or not they were united was the Dao. It sounded funny, but it actually contained the profound truth in the cultivation process. Whether it was learning and absorbing, or whether it was doubting and seeking the truth, It was actually the two complementary paths of cultivators in the exploration of the Tao. Neither could be missing. However, if a cultivator could achieve yes when it should be yes and no when it should be no, then his path would be completely open. Nothing could stop him because he already knew what to do and what not to do, what was right and what was wrong. Their Tao was whether or not the Tao. It was a very idealistic orthodoxy. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi didn't really care about Kuan Xiu's harsh words. Then, under what circumstances will the Tao steles disappear? Is it because of competition? Or self-elimination? Is there an upper limit to the number of Taos in the surrounding space? Chen Xiu was very serious. No one knows if there is an upper limit. However, everyone thinks that since the Tao has opened, there shouldn't be an upper limit. As long as you are a half-immortal, you have the qualifications to establish a Tao. You might not be mature now, but that might not be the case in the future. You won't be able to catch up to the new era, and there will be a new era after that. Since it's a display, what qualifications do you have? Therefore, the surrounding space will not take the initiative to remove a cultivator's Tao tablet, even if you are worthless and despised by the masses. The things that disappear here are all removed by the cultivators themselves. After all, some people's things are very laughable when they are taken out. Comparisons are odious. Kuan Xiu mocked and ridiculed as usual. Heaven's movement is vigorous, and one must constantly strive for self-improvement. Before you succeed, you are already thinking about failure. With such an attitude, I don't think you should go in. Anyway, most of the people who go in will achieve nothing. It will save you from embarrassment. The three half-immortals were arguing here, but the true monarchs of whether or not the Tao didn't have any abnormalities. To them, this kind of situation was common. Even in their daily cultivation, they didn't find anything wrong with it. Whether or not, they could see a cultivator's true cultivation. As for this one, it seemed like they couldn't see it. It was very ordinary. Chapter 2366. Then, what's the deal with the Dao Qi crown? Lu Xiaoyi continued to ask shamelessly. Chen Xiu said, the Dao Qi crown. It's like this. When the Tao was first established, no one had it. However, as everyone's understanding and recognition of the Tao steles increased, including their compatibility with the new era of the heavenly Tao, the Dao Qi crown slowly began to appear. It's very complicated to explain. Kuan Xiu snorted. Those who voluntarily withdrew were basically unable to attain the Dao Qi crown. Either their Tao was shallow, they did not receive recognition, or they simply stole the results of others. I'd like to know, which one do you belong to? By the way, up until now, there have been more than 10,000 Tao establishers in the surrounding space. Now, there are only 3,000. Where did the 7,000 go? Young man, don't be too impatient. You have to look carefully and think with your heart. Don't ask questions that you don't know when you've just arrived. Lu Xiaoyi nodded politely and asked a few more questions before taking his leave. Looking at his back, the perfected lords below were very curious. Two grandmasters, what do you think of this young senior? Looking at his age, he might not even be as old as us, right? Chen Xiu smiled. He's very ordinary. There's no need to pay too much attention to him. However, the principle of yes is that no matter who he is, you have to achieve yes. Kuan Xiu smiled as well. He hides his strength like the carp of the dragon gate. However, the principle of no is that no matter who he is, you have to achieve no. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the surrounding space. More than 3,000 Dao steles were vivid in his eyes. It was not that he had good eyesight, but that every Dao stele had experienced hundreds of years of elimination. After the survival of the fittest, most of the Dao Qi crowns had begun to appear at the top of the Dao steles. The Dao Qi crowns were like the scores of the Dao steles. They could more accurately measure the strengths and weaknesses of the Dao steles. This included many things, including the recognition of the heavenly Dao, one's own foundation, the depth of one's understanding, the hearts of the people, the public's comments, and a series of comprehensive things. In the end, such a crowns were formed. It could roughly represent one's level among the many Dao steles. Perhaps the highest level of Hua Guan might not necessarily succeed in establishing one's Dao, but the lower level of Hua Guan would definitely not succeed. The ones with the highest Dao Qi were the 36 old carnate great Daos. They still relied on their profound foundations, complete systems, and vast audiences to gain the approval of the majority of cultivators. This situation would not change until the arrival of a new era. After several hundred years, there were also some brand new Great Dao tablets that showed their brilliance and tried their best to catch up. For example, Pure Yang, Blood River, Life, Yellow Springs, Netherworld, Emptiness, Dreamland, Devour, Dual Cultivation. These were all brand new Great Dao tablets that attacked the opposing Dao. As the new era approached, it was the opportunity for these new Great Daos to catch up. In the end, the most representative part would succeed and be replaced. This was basically the process. There was still a long way to go, and more Dao tablets would be built. The true competition was still far from reaching its climax. Now was still the time for probing. As more and more cultivators arrived, when the number of cultivators reached a certain limit, it would truly reflect the trend of popularity. Lu Xiaoyi originally wanted to visit his friends here, but when he scanned with his divine sense, he realized that his friends were all very busy. They were busy dealing with countless insults in their own Dao tablet. Insults were both malicious and kind. Stupid people would fight back, and smart people would learn from it. In this place, there were not many stupid people. He could go to his friends' Dao tablets to find people, and it wouldn't take too much time. However, he preferred to let people find him. It was very easy to do this. He just needed to set up a Dao tablet that others would know was his. He had some guesses and plans about what he should do after coming to the land of the Yellow Dragon. He originally wanted to observe and learn, but when he really came here, he realized that there was no way he could learn. What he should learn, he had already learned. The foundation of more than 20 carnate great Daos made him feel indifferent towards most of the Dao tablets here. With his thickness, they were shallow and childish. He could not learn from them, and observing them was purely a waste of time. He decided to establish his Dao directly. He had the qualifications to do so. Communicating with his divine sense and establishing a connection with the surrounding space was the first step. In fact, it was not a person who was controlling all of this. It was the great Dao arena set up by the immortal court here. It was the rules that controlled the surrounding space, the rules that had been projected by the immortal court for a long time. No buildings were allowed here. In the surrounding space, only things with the nature of great Dao could exist, such as Dao tablet. Lu Xiaoyi used his divine sense to communicate with the rules of the surrounding space. It was to transmit the great Dao concept that he planned to establish to the surrounding space. When the surrounding space recognized it, it would automatically form a Dao tablet, the most basic naked Dao tablet. Therefore, Dao tablets were not built by the cultivators according to their own intentions. You build an obelisk, I build an octagonal castle, he builds a stilt house. They were all of the same regulations. Things without culture and customs would be a simple and unadorned large Dao tablet inside. Of course, no one would care about the appearance. What was important was the content. The threshold was very low, and it did not exclude similarities. It opened the door wide and allowed you to open your Dao tablet as you wish. But if the Dao tablet you opened was always at the bottom of the line in the future comparison, your Dao aura would not be magnificent, and you would be attacked by groups of haters. You would be surrounded by contemptuous gazes. Then, you might not be able to persevere and lose your confidence. Unsurprisingly, Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense communication was passed through without hindrance. His Dao realm was molded into an ordinary Dao tablet shell by the surrounding space, waiting for him to fill it up. No one cared. In the land of the Yellow Dragon, new Dao tablets were erected from time to time, and there were also Dao tablets being removed from time to time. Cultivators advocated participation. Putting aside whether they had the ability to do so, it did not matter if they set up a Dao tablet, even if it was removed very quickly, it did not matter. They just wanted a fresh feeling. When they talked about it with the younger generation in the future, they could boast shamelessly, "I was also someone who had set up Tao tablets before the new era. Unfortunately, the heavens were unfair," and so on. Of course, you had to be at least a half immortal to be qualified. As soon as the naked Tao tablet was erected, Lu Xiaoyi immediately felt a kind of call from the unseen world. He did not refuse and threw himself into it. Once he entered the Tao tablet, he felt like he was in a primordial world. It was a chaotic space, like a piece of white paper that could be freely drawn. This kind of feeling was actually quite similar to his experience of establishing the 10th realm in the Heaven's Volition Sword Tao tablet. It was not new, and he could do it with ease. He calmed his mind and relaxed his mind. He put everything he had learned in his life into it. This was not a place to hide. In front of the heavens, in front of the heavens, in front of the universe, if you still wanted to hold back, no one would approve of you. If such a person were to be compatible with the great Tao, he would only cultivate his trusted followers and eliminate those who did not agree with him. He would use the great Tao as a tool to expand his own legacy. The cornerstone of the great Tao should be selfless, honest, and indiscriminate in education. This was the true meaning of the Tao. It was not a candy that was hidden in one's pocket, and would only be taken out by others when they bowed and bowed. There was no sluggishness. It was the essence of what he had learned in his life. Therefore, he was free to do as he pleased, and he did it to his heart's content in one go. In less than a day, the Tao tablet was completed. There was no real chapter, but as long as a cultivator outside scanned it with their divine senses, they would be able to feel that unparalleled sharpness. That was not a tablet. That was a sword. Chapter 2367. Who actually dared to establish Sword Tao here? Looking at the surrounding space, everyone used Tao to enter Tao, but no one used tools to enter Tao. Even those pill Tao, talisman Tao, array Tao, and tools Tao that had a long history, no matter what Tao it was, it still used the universal Tao as its foundation. It would not force you to concoct pills or create talismans. The core standard of the great Tao was that no matter who you were, you had the right and possibility to learn this great Tao. It had to have universal value, not something that only pill Tao cultivators could learn or talisman Tao cultivators could practice. If it could not be universal, then it could not establish a great Tao. Just like sword Tao, even if your sword techniques were heavenly, even if you could kill gods and immortals, if you could not learn other Tao orthodoxies outside of swordsmen, you would never be able to establish a great Tao. Don't talk about Xiantian, even Hutian would be difficult. Because of a sword, you limited yourself to a corner. How could something that was recognized by the entire universe's cultivation world only serve a few Tao orthodoxies? People who did this were either crazy or stupid. They viewed all the heroes in the world as nothing. They placed their own things above other people's arrogance. Just like how you like to eat chicken buttocks, you wanted to make chicken buttocks the main dish of a banquet without caring about other people's feelings. Should this kind of behavior be encouraged? If it was, then knife Tao, spear Tao, fist Tao, and so on could also be openly placed on the table for everyone's evaluation. If it was really so, then what could not be established in this world? Teapots could also be used, that was tea Tao. Chamber pots could also be used, every family could not do without them. This was a provocation to the order of the great Tao. A wolf sneaked into a flock of sheep. What would you do? Curse him to death. Curse him to death. Immediately, half-immortals rushed in, and there was more than one. In the 3,000 Tao tablets, they could be considered as a poisonous scorpion tail. But these people went in quickly, and came out even faster. For the other Tao tablets, there was a process when outsiders went in to challenge the Tao realm. It was a mutual exchange, learning from each other's strengths, and improving together. But for the Sword Tao tablet, what was strange was that the people who came out were not willing to exchange the details of the Sword Tao tablet with others. All of them were mysterious and unfathomable. What was the meaning of this? Was it disdain? Or was there something else? That Daoist looked ordinary and always had a smile on his face. He was actually a swordsman. Who is it? A few Tao perfected lords began to ask around. They were the most active group of people in the land of the Yellow Dragon. They did not feel pressured to establish their own Tao. Most of them came here to broaden their horizons or look for opportunities to break through. While looking for Tao tablets that interested them, they also made many perfected lord friends. But after asking around, they found nothing, because their friends' seniors refused to say anything. What was the situation inside? Win or lose? Was it a gain or a loss? Half-immortal Chen Xiu lightly reprimanded, "What are you muttering about? If you want to know, then go in and see for yourself. No one is stopping you." It was not the style of a cultivator to beat around the bush. "Fine, I'll lead you in. Let's see what kind of person dares to offend the world here." But for the time being, it was not their turn. Although the Tao tablet did not restrict cultivators from entering, if you wanted to compete with the Tao master inside and not just take a look, there was an upper limit. There was no situation where tens of thousands of people would rush in. There were many people who wanted to enter the Sword Tao tablet. Other than the swordsmen, most of them were dissatisfied, who only wanted to take a look. After waiting for several months, they finally saw an opportunity. A dozen or so cultivators, including perfected lords and half-immortals, entered the Sword Tao tablet together. They were all swords. Densely packed sword. Filled with endless killing intent. The dozen or so perfected lords could not endure for even a moment. After entering, they were killed by the sword intent. Not to mention Tao realm cultivators, they did not even see a single Tao hair. The two half-immortal seniors were slightly better, but not much better. It was just a difference in time. Very embarrassing. No wonder everyone was so wary of it. How could they say it? How could they say they were kicked out the moment they entered? But they finally knew whose sword Tao Steely it was, and who the smiling young Daoist was. Escort Lu. The rumored most outstanding swordsman in the universe. He killed nearly 100 half-immortals. He even killed an immortal Peng. For such a person to dare to set up a Sword Tao tablet here, it did not seem surprising. It would be abnormal if he did not do so. This was not a normal person. For such a person to lose to him, it did not seem to be embarrassing. But the key question was, what kind of Tao was this? Martial ancestor. This is the Sword Tao. Why do we feel that it is strange? Moreover, is there any meaning in setting up a Tao tablet for something that is so biased? If it is like this, can every cultivator who is biased do the same? Those who are good at fighting will compete in fighting. Those who are good at refining pills will compete in refining pills. Those who are good at drawing talismans will compete in drawing talismans. Half-immortal Kuan Xiu explained to them, "You came out too quickly, so you might not feel it deeply. This is no longer a pure sword Tao, but a spirit of struggle. The Tao is a struggle. Until death, there will be no regrets. The Tao is unique, there is no one else. The Tao is dangerous, and you will press forward. The sword is just a medium, it is not important. What is important is the unbending spirit. It is indeed a kind of Tao realm, because this is the spirit that all cultivators of our generation should have. If you have this kind of spirit, you can also set up a Tao tablet of spear, Tao tablet of saber, any Tao tablet. The true monarchs somewhat understood, but there were still some who were unconvinced. In terms of spirit, we also have it. For the Tao, we will die for the Tao. Then why are we not afraid of death, but after going in, we are still instantly ejected? With the same spirit, is there a difference in level? Kuan Xiu sighed, there is no difference in spirit. In a sense, there is no difference between mortals with outstanding spirit and cultivators. But what I want to tell you is that the spirit of struggle is not something that can be said with word. It was tempered through experience, through life and death, through choice, and through countless event. You all have some understanding of Escort Lu's life, then let me ask you, what he has done, who has done it? Not to mention that those legends are only the tip of the iceberg. There is no difference in spirit. But there is a difference in tenacity. It is the same kind of spirit, but you are new branches, he is an old vine, soaked in tung oil. In comparison, There is no point in comparing. So I want to say, for Escort Lu to be able to reach this step today, there is not the slightest bit of luck. The heavenly Tao rewards the diligent, rewards the brave, rewards the fight. It is not rewarding the lazy and muddling through. You all feel that you have already worked very hard. That depends on who you are comparing with. Seeing the hesitant eyes of the disciples, he knew that it was not good to ask what they wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to answer, "We can't do it either. This person's spirit has already condensed to the point of substance, as if it is immortal, without a single flaw. If we must name it, I can't find a suitable name. It would be better to call it the Sword Tao. But you all have to understand, this is the spirit of the sword, not the object." Chapter 2368. Lu Xiaoyi established the way of the sword, but not the way of the sword. Because he was very clear that it was impossible to establish the way of the sword through pure swordsmanship, and he did not pursue this. What he wanted to express here was a kind of spirit, the spirit of the sword. Why was he doing this? It was not a new way that he had truly worked hard on. There were many considerations in this. First, he had to make himself stand out in the Yellow Dragon's land. This was his established strategy: high profile, unrestrained. Only this way could he attract more attention. Actually, it was also a kind of self-promotion. He was very famous, but he was far from being known by everyone. He needed a way to attract people's attention in an instant. The aroma of wine did not fear the depth of the alley. This saying was not wrong, but the premise was that you had to have enough time to let the aroma of the wine spread throughout the city. He did not have that kind of time now. In fact, no one had too much time. The new era was just ahead. In 1 or 2,000 years, it would not wait for the aroma of the wine to spread before descending. Therefore, he had to tell everyone that he, Escort Lu, had come, and had established such an unrestrained way. When people came here to scold him, they would then realize, Escort Lu had not only established a way, but also other links, such as stars, balance, self-packaging, publicity. He was also very good at it. Secondly, he had to create a false impression for some people. He was still that arrogant and unrestrained swordsman who wanted to poke a hole in the sky if he was not careful. He was very clear. He must have been in the eyes of some people, and had never left. In that case, how could a person like him settle the matter peacefully by establishing a new Tao? Escort Lu had stirred up shit all his life. There was no reason for him to come to the biggest shit hole and turn over a new leaf. The Sword Way tablet was set up to satisfy the eyes of these people. It was flashy enough, awe-inspiring enough, unrestrained enough. It was unrestrained enough. He knew the severity of the matter. In the eyes of the real big shots, his murderous and savage temper was not difficult to deal with. Li Wuya was an example. Perhaps, it was because of his personality that the big shots felt that they could give him a way to show the justice of the heavenly Tao. Because what he was showing now was only fighting, killing, being unreasonable, but not subverting. The worry of an ant was not worth mentioning. This was the way the big shots thought. They were never afraid of the bravery of those ignorant people. The Sword Tao tablet was the best cover for him to display his bravery. From the looks of it, it was very successful. This was because the Tao energy of the Sword Tao stele was rising rapidly like a bubble. In less than a year, it had already surpassed most of the Tao steles. Within the surrounding space, the Tao steles related to the 36 pre-celestial great Taos were the most magnificent. Because of their millions of years of foundation and connections, all of them were over 1,000,000 feet tall, and this was under the condition that the number of cultivators who came was limited. Among the new great Taos, the more outstanding ones were mostly above 100,000 feet and below 300,000 feet. There was a lot of potential, but now, it was just potential. Most of the ordinary Tao tablets were 100,000 feet tall, and some were even less than 10,000 feet tall. They sounded very tall, but when placed in the background of the universe, they couldn't be seen from far away. Lu Xiaoyi's Sword Tao stele had been established for less than a year, but the Tao Qi canopy was already close to 100,000 feet. This was because the time was too short. and many cultivators had not gone in to experience it. The potential was promising. This was a bit beyond his expectations, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be normal. This was the mechanism by which cultivators liked and disliked the Tao steles. To a cultivator, one's heart could not be faked. They clearly approved of it but disliked it. They clearly opposed it but disliked it. In the world of cultivation, this did not work. This was because to a cultivator, going against the will of their heart meant that they were not loyal to the Tao. How could they have a future? Packaging, embellishment, hype, propaganda, and so on. These things might match up with some of his memories, but there was one good thing about the world of cultivation. There was no internet water army here, and there was no voting against one's heart. This was because you voted with your heart. Because you were a cultivator, you could be fake in any aspect, but you could not be fake in the great Tao. This was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi's sword Tao stele was so arrogant. Perhaps many people did not like him. Perhaps many people were thinking of ways to undermine him, but there was one thing. As a cultivator, his spirit was recognized. It resonated. The spirit of drawing the sword. This was also the common cry of almost all the lower realm cultivators. They needed a real channel to ascend. A channel where they could rely on hard work and talent to change themselves. Not all of this was controlled by those big powers and large corporations, becoming the playthings of the upper echelons. Occasionally, when they were happy, they would throw a piece of meat down, causing countless people to go crazy. Especially before the arrival of the new era, everyone knew that this was their only chance to change the world, to change the order, their last chance. If they missed this chance, they would see it again in the next era thousands of years later. This was the reason why they were willing to support such a sword Tao stele even if they were dissatisfied with it. Because they needed this kind of spirit of drawing the sword. Cultivators at the level of half-immortals and true monarchs had long passed the stage of being emotional. They knew what was important and what was the most important thing right now. It was the time to work together and push forward. Lu Xiaoyi accurately grasped this opportunity. Therefore, his sword Tao stele had never been empty since it was opened. There were always cultivators squeezing in just to express their feelings. Half-immortals squeezed in because their opportunity was right in front of them. They needed this kind of change. True monarchs squeezed in because this was the only place where they could exert their strength. If this kind of spirit became a great Tao, their upper realm space would be opened after the new era. They would face a future full of infinite possibilities. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. No one could resist this kind of temptation. The sword Tao stele became the place where every cultivator who came to the Yellow Dragonland had to check in. Every travel-worn cultivator who came here would be warned, you don't have to look at the other Tao steles here, but you must look at the sword Tao stele and feel the spirit of fighting against the heaven. Following this, a wave of commotion rose. Just like when there were night watchmen, there would definitely be scholars and storytellers. With the sword Tao stele, just like what the sharp-tongued cultivator said, the Tao of saber, Tao of spear, Tao of axe, Tao of cross, Tao of fist and Tao of fist all appeared. They were like bamboo shoots after the rain, overflowing and becoming a disaster. However, if these followers wanted to reach the height of the sword Tao stele, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. The gap was obvious because personal experience could not be replicated. Everyone had the spirit of fighting against the sword, but how far this spirit could persist was something that could not be learned. Want to learn? Kill 100 half-immortals. For the majority of cultivators, this was also an obvious matter. The so-called resistance, you had to have this kind of experience and strength as the foundation. Choosing a weak chicken to be the leader of the spirit of fighting against the sword was an irresponsible act towards this kind of spirit. On this point, no one could compare to Escort Lu. If you are not convinced, then challenge him. Chapter 2369. Lu Xiaoyi was a little annoyed now, because he originally wanted to release a smokescreen, but he didn't expect to release a big satellite. He didn't expect that his sword Tao tablet would be so popular, because he still underestimated the desire of this world's cultivators to reach the upper realm. This kind of feeling had always existed, but it was suppressed by the pressure from above. After millions of years, it was finally time to release it, and the result could be imagined. Blazing, without hesitation, it had nothing to do with the sword anymore. He was a little worried that this kind of situation would backfire and really make him the center of attention, attracting some attention that he had been avoiding all along. It was difficult to stop halfway. He had become the representative of the sword spirit, he couldn't shrink back, right? How could he survive in the cultivation world in the future? At this point, he could only bite the bullet and move forward. He decided not to restrain himself, but to be even more arrogant. The Sword Dao Tablet's Dao Qi canopy was not the highest, but the growth rate was the fastest. Under the combined efforts of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the price of the immortal star rose steadily. It rose to the point where people were elated, but it rose to the point where people were on tenterhooks. It rose to the point that the other Dao of saber, Dao of spear, and Dao of fist had to close. They couldn't compete, and if they continued to compete, they would only lose face and make a fool of themselves. On this day, 3 guests came to the Sword Dao Tablet, and the 5 Rings group of 4 gathered again. Before this, he also received many friends. In fact, the reason why the Yellow Dragonland had the current situation, everyone supported the Sword Dao Tablet, and thought that it was the spiritual model of cultivators, was also inseparable from the support of these friends. In terms of connections, he definitely didn't have 10% of the cultivation world, but among the half-immortals of the inner and outer scenic sky, no one had more connections than him. The universe was too big, and when they really gathered together, it was very difficult to have a relatively unified organization. Dispersion was the biggest characteristic of the cultivation world. Suitable Dao intent, sparing no effort to promote the crowd, the right time, the heart of the people, these were the key to the Sword Dao Tablet's success today. From the moment he established his Dao, the circle that he worked hard for 3,000 years began to quietly exert its power. Shishi was very emotional. Little Yi, you pretended to be in the cave. You still have the mood to joke inside, but you made us worry outside. Why didn't you come out after it ended? Did you know that we were going to trouble you? Looking at the 3 unfriendly gazes, Lu Xiaoyi begged for mercy. No, no. Initially, I wanted to come out and celebrate with everyone, but firstly, I have to make sure that the cave image won't change again. Safety first, and secondly, I have to know what's going on at the other end of the black hole, right? Qing Xian nodded, that's more like it. Then, was there someone playing tricks on the other side? There's no need for the Dao Stele to be stationed here. You can come and go as you please. While the struggle for the Dao isn't intense yet, we still have time to clean up the mess for the 5th ring. Yang Chen said in an evil tone, Little Yi, don't tell me you're done. Lu Xiaoyi laughed and told him the story of the West Ocean. That's about it. I can't say that the hidden dangers have been completely eliminated, but there shouldn't be any changes before the end of the era. Qing Xian nodded, yes. But we can't let our guard down. There are also Taoists in West Elephant Heaven. Later, I'll have to trouble them to pay more attention to the West Ocean. Also, the West Ocean is far away and beyond the reach of the 5 rings. It's more convenient for people like us to come and go. Everyone, be careful. If you occasionally go out to travel, make a trip to the West Ocean and just treat it as a sightseeing. The few of them decided on how to deal with the 5 rings in a few words. This was decided by their current status. The once young and inexperienced cultivators had now unknowingly grown into the pillars of the 5 rings. Yang Chen was very curious. Little Yi, your Sword Dao Tablet is a little strange. Why isn't it the stars and balance you mentioned? Could it be that you were lying to us before? Are you afraid that we'll steal your sword spirit? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Why would I be afraid? This Sword Dao Tablet was something I prepared to use on a whim. You all know that I'm being watched very closely and can't be too free, so I thought of using it as a smokescreen. Which swordsman hasn't thought of something like this? In the end, I didn't think that this thing would actually succeed. I'm very depressed now. Should I give up on this Sword Dao Tablet? I originally wanted to use this as a cover to establish the stars and balance, but now it seems that if I give up on this Sword Tao tablet, I'm afraid no one will agree. It might even affect my true Tao. Yang Chen was very serious. Little Yi, you can't give up. Since you've already started, the spirit will last forever. No matter what you originally thought, it's no longer important. What's important now is that the Sword Tao spirit has become the spiritual pillar of the lower realm cultivators. If you give up, everything you've done before will be in vain. Qing Xian was also very serious. It's not important whether you can use this to establish your Tao. It will be too affected by the external environment, but the meaning of the Sword Tao is that even if there's no hope, you have to persevere until the end of the era. I will mobilize the 5 rings strength, Juxian's strength, and the strength of our allies in East Elephant Heaven to support you. Shishi laughed loudly. Raise you up high. This is what Ma Lu is best at. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. Will you remove the ladder? Qing Xian was also very serious. According to my experience, I don't need to remove the ladder, you'll kick it down yourself. The few of them laughed. This was the truth. Shitty Lu's usual style was either seeking death or on the path to death. The past few thousand years had proven this point. But they still underestimated this guy's ability. This was because this guy was no longer seeking death alone, he was dragging everyone down with him. The few of them discussed the establishment of Tao in the land of Yellow Dragon. Qing Xian saw it clearly. The establishment of Tao now is actually not very clear. There's no need to talk about the old 36 Taos. Those that should appear have already appeared, there's no mystery to speak of. So now, more than half of the 3,000 Tao tablets are of this type. They're the public cards, and they need time to accumulate popularity. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I see that some of these innate Taos have already appeared. Qing Xian said solemnly, yes, just as we expected, it is extremely difficult for all 36 innate Taos to come back. The decline of morality and destiny was the most obvious. It was not that he was not popular, but that the heavenly axiom did not support him. Presumably, this was the condition that Li Wuya and the Tao Lord of Destiny had used to bring him down to the lower realm. Therefore, even the lowest Tao Qi crown among all the old innate Tao steles was only less than 1,000,000 feet. The number of cultivators who erected these 2 steles is also the least. I learned from a secret channel that the cultivators who erected these 2 steles were forced to do so. Someone is manipulating them. Without exception, these people also established the second path. I'm afraid that even they themselves know that the destiny of morality has already descended to the lower realm and will not return. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. They weren't fools. Chapter 2370. Among the other innate Tao tablets, the 5 ties are weak. Everyone has a consensus that the 5 ties will merge, but it's hard to say what will come out of it. But your star Tao is popular. It's the same for the 5 fortune and 5 virtues. Is it an innovation? Or is it part of it? No one knows. These Tao tablets' canopies are only over 100,000 feet, which shows the unpredictability of the heavenly Tao and the ambiguity of human cultivation. Until the last moment, it's not easy to guess. Qing Xian's analysis was meticulous. Obviously, the few of them who came first already had a deep understanding of this place. This was a necessary perspective, and not a frog in a well. For the remaining innate Taos, the canopies of Tao Qi tend to be normal. Among them, there's a higher possibility that they will still exist after the new era. Among them, there are some that will still exist in theory. For example, time and space, the 5 elements, yin and yang, the power of creation, karma, reincarnation, and some that don't exist. These 9 Tao tablets have the most cultivators fighting for them. Because they are the heartfelt feelings of the heavenly Tao, the foundation of nature, something that is indispensable in any era. Their Tao Qi canopies are all around 150,000 feet, and it's conceivable that there will be more in the future. This is something that every cultivator has silently acknowledged, there's no doubt about it. Qing Xian's eyes were shining. Overall, The structure of the old innate Taos are all within our predictions. There's also an undercurrent that wants to replicate the old order in the new era. It's the conservative force that's exerting its power, but no one knows how far they can go. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. They don't give up on their evil intentions, aren't they tired of it? Qing Xian continued, let's talk about the new Taos. Although there are close to 1,000 new Taos, and many of them are more popular, such as Pure Yang, Blood River, Netherworld, Yellow Spring, Life, Stars, Dream Realm, and so on, I reckon that this is far from all the new Taos. There must be more Taos lying in wait. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. He knew exactly what kind of opportunity these people were waiting for. The old 36 innate great Taos did not have such concerns. They had existed for millions of years, and the cultivators had long been familiar with them. The slightly larger orthodoxes all had their own paths of research on one or a few innate great Taos. Therefore, there was no need to hide them. The difference was only in the details. It could even be said that they were beyond the great Taos. The new great Tao was different. It was completely innovative, imperfect, and needed to be improved. They still had a long way to go before they could truly form a mature system. This was actually the biggest weakness of the revolutionary forces. The true formation of the so-called Great Tao required a long period of time to deduce, perfect, and eliminate the false to retain the true. It shouldn't have a time limit, and it must be completed within a certain period of time. Instead, it should be polished slowly, passed down through generations of relays, and finally achieved the Tao. However, the current situation was more rushed. It had to be decided in the new era, or else the new world would have no laws to rely on. To put it simply, the heavenly axioms order was more urgent. Their great Taos were rushed out. Their predecessors had to spend millions of years of research to come up with a great Tao. They, on the other hand, came up with their own great Tao in a few thousand years or even less. In fact, many of them were untested and unpolished by time. Therefore, seeing more, hearing more, and thinking more was a truly responsible attitude. Of course, coming up with it in advance to accept the judgment of the public was also a kind of attitude. Each had their own way, and it was hard to say which method was more suitable. However, the few of them had the character of true gold fears no fire. If they came up with it earlier, they would not be afraid of others picking on them and pointing fingers at them. They had enough confidence that they could perfect themselves amidst the doubts of others. Qing Xian snorted, but it will be soon. It won't be long if we drag it out. Erecting a monument in 1,000 years should be the shortest requirement. If it's any shorter, it will seem too rushed. How can a great Tao be easily perfected in a few hundred years? In these few hundred years, those who should come will come, and those who don't will give up. That's about it. Those who are hesitating and looking left and right are actually not confident. To use an idiom to describe them, they are overcautious and indecisive. Little Yi, according to the itinerary you mentioned just now, it doesn't seem right, does it? There are still hundreds of years in between. If you didn't come to the land of the Yellow Dragon to erect a monument, where did you go? Smoky Puppet felt that his time was not quite right. He had lost hundreds of years in between. Lu Xiaoyi laughed foolishly. Senior sister is really a meticulous person. You can't even let go of such a small matter. Actually, you didn't do much. Well, if I use an idiom to describe your speech, it would be to remove the crudeness and extract the essence. Smoky Puppet was still a little confused, but beside her, she laughed. Senior sister, what he did is no different from what Ma Lu did in the Fifth Ring. Under Smoky Puppet's angry gaze, the few Fifth Ring elites had a detailed discussion about the overall situation in the land of the Yellow Dragon. In fact, among the hundreds of thousands of people watching outside, there were also their own people, including some exterior heavenly half-immortals who had no hope of establishing Tao, some supremes who had ideas, and many allies of the Fifth Ring in Eastern Elephant Heavens. A simple calculation was that among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Eastern Elephant Heavens accounted for 20 to 30%. Among these 30 to 30,000 people, there were at least a few thousand who could make connections. This was the embryonic form of the Internet Water Army. Of course, they could not control the development of others. The most they could do was to set the pace, such as the so-called spirit of the drawing sword. After a round of discussion, Shishi was very satisfied. For the first time, there is no difference in our gathering, no trouble, no trouble. We can still gather here for a long time, so let's gather once every 50 years. If there is something special, we'll talk about it again. The improvement of the Tao state was a long process. It was not a flash of inspiration. There was a concept, a direction, and a general idea. It required one to be extremely meticulous in the details. It was so trivial that it was almost abnormal. What's more, one had to constantly correct the opinions of others. It was very time-consuming to get rid of the false and retain the true, and get rid of the crudeness. If nothing major happened, they would not leave this place from now on. Traveling the universe was no longer a necessity for them. The establishment of Tao was the most important thing. No one would mess with this priority. There were too many things to do, including the cooperation between each other, including the time to establish the second Tao tablet. Not only Lu Xiaoyi, but the other three also had their own second Tao. Qing Xian was yin and yang, Shishi was time, and Smoky Puppet was cause and effect. Their second Tao choices were surprisingly consistent, which was the old innate Tao. There was a very profound mystery in it. One thing that had to be understood was that cultivators who chose the old Xiantian Tao were not necessarily conservative. Similarly, those who innovated their own Tao were not necessarily reformists. In the cultivation world, black and white had never been clearly distinguished. Most of the time, there was confusion. Lu Xiaoyi coughed dryly. Well, I have something special. I don't know if I should say it. Chapter 2371. When Qing Xian and the other two heard this, they immediately turned and left. They had just praised him for not courting death for a while, but they did not expect this guy to be a dog that could not change its habit. He had not stopped all this time. There was one thing that the three of them found very strange. Why was this guy so good at causing trouble? It was as if he had a ring of *T around him, and green flies were always buzzing around him. Lu Xiaoyi also knew that he had angered everyone. He hurriedly bowed, and with great difficulty, stopped his three disgusted friends. Look, is there a need for this? We're all friends, and now you're running away faster than a rabbit when you're in trouble. You don't even ask. You should at least show some concern, right? Qing Xian glared at him. Actually, he was not angry, because his temper had long been worn out after more than 2,000 years of interaction. To know such a person, you can't even accurately say whether you're lucky or not. Say it. I knew it would be like this. You, *T stick Lu, have even upgraded your courting of death. You're not doing it alone, but dragging your family down? Say it. If it's really too big, I think we don't need to set up any Tao tablets, because sooner or later, we'll fall because of your courting of death. Shishi gnashed his teeth. As pure as I am, I actually believe that you can turn over a new leaf. Yang Cheng snorted. If it has anything to do with you getting rid of the crude and taking the essence, don't blame me for not serving you well. Lu Xiaoyi's face was calm. How can that be? It's all business, and it concerns thousands of lives. Oh, no, it's a matter of billions of lives. I know that you heroes are noble, sacrificing yourself for others, putting others before yourself, sacrificing yourself for righteousness. Yang Cheng pretended to leave. Don't waste your breath. I knew that trouble would not be small when you said those sour words in the beginning. Be straightforward, if you don't say it, we're leaving. Lu Xiaoyi was mysterious. Everyone, listen up. I have a problem, and it might be a little troublesome. But from another perspective, it's a big opportunity for all of you. With this opportunity, I dare not say that establishing Tao will definitely succeed, but it will definitely increase the success rate by a few %. Only we have a good relationship. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother telling them. Qing Xian frowned. Hurry up. I only understood one sentence. Trouble. Shishi also said, how much more? Was there such a thing in this world? If there really was one, would it be your turn? Taoists and Buddhists have long been beaten to a pulp. Faced with Smokey's murderous gaze, Lu Xiaoyi no longer kept him in suspense. It's like this. I made a trip to the Heaven's Choice continent. I went to the Sword Dao Stele and exchanged a few blows with my ancestor. In the end, I found a path to the heavens. After listening to Lu Xiaoyi's lies, the Fifth Ring trio were all dumbfounded. Tearing down the Heaven's Choice continent, he really dared to think about it. When a cultivator reached the level of half-immortal, it was already possible for them to destroy planets and regions. However, the planets and regions mentioned here referred to small planets and small realms within a certain range. There was a limit. Judging from the current situation of the universe, even if it was the smallest human domain, like Qingqiu Junior 3 stars, a half-immortal wouldn't be able to destroy it in one strike. Only some large meteorites and asteroids could barely achieve the ability to collapse. Therefore, when facing the Heaven's Choice continent, which was the true number one realm in the universe, using them as an ant trying to shake a tree was overestimating them. That was simply wishful thinking. If they couldn't even break through the Earth's crust with a full force attack, how could they break it apart? Shishi waved his hand in front of Lu Xiaoyi. How many is this? Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. 2. Shishi was speechless. Boss, you are number 2. Not bad, I thought I was your boss. However, Qing Xian wasn't in the mood to joke. He had always been serious and calm. His thinking was meticulous. From the results, if we succeed, our chances of establishing Dao will increase by more than a few %. Because we are cleaning up the mess for the heavenly Dao. It is a great act of benevolence. The legacy is endless. Therefore, what Little Yi said is actually right. This is a great opportunity, but what I am curious about is, do you think we can do it? Not to mention the 4 of us, even if 4 golden immortals came, they might not be able to do it. What do you think? Drawing such an unattainable pie. If we can't do it, won't it mess up everyone's Dao heart? We have such a great opportunity, but we can't grasp it. Or, do you have a way? The 3 of them looked at him with burning eyes. They were all daring people. Jokes aside, it would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted by the matter of the Heaven's Choice continent after careful consideration. However, they wouldn't let their desires get to their heads. They knew very well that this shit-stick Lu was still somewhat reliable. He would never be completely unconfident in courting death. This guy's final sorry state was actually all an act. Lu Xiaoyi never hid anything from his friends. This is a bigger matter. My opinion is that if we only rely on the 4 of us, it is absolutely impossible. This matter relies on the tactic of numbers, the collective effort. Since there is such an occasion, why don't we make use of it? Qing Xian knew what he meant. They had been working together for too long and understood each other very well. Once they stuck out their butts, they knew what they were going to do. You mean, we should lead this matter? In the name of benefiting the common people, establishing Dao and accumulating luck, we can fool everyone? Feasible. Who wouldn't be willing to do something that could increase the success rate of establishing Dao? As long as a part of it goes, the rest must follow. Because if you don't follow, it means that you have less success factor than others. In the end, no one is willing to be left out of this great good deed. We also don't have to worry about people doing bad things because this matter concerns our own future Dao. No one dares to not do their best. However, this isn't enough. Even if millions of cultivators gather in the land of the Yellow Dragon in the future, can we split the Heaven's Choice continent if we all go together? I don't think so. Shishi also took it seriously. There are many practical difficulties. There are more than 100 billion people in the Heaven's Choice continent. If we force it, there will be countless deaths and injuries. Then we will lose our original intention. We might as well leave it to the future Heaven's will. If we want to do it, we must do it well. We must do it so that everyone understands that the result of us splitting up will be much smaller than the future Heaven's Choice continent splitting up. This is the foundation of great good. Otherwise, it will become great evil. Yang Chen also said, Little Yi, hurry up. Do you think I don't know you? You must have a rough idea of what to do. You are here to ask us to help you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. These friends of his were really cunning. He really couldn't hide anything from them. I will set the time of splitting up after the Tao of space shatters. Qing Xian's eyes lit up. Good idea. Once the space shatters, the geological structure of the Heaven's Choice continent will be clearly revealed, because it was originally formed by many celestial bodies glued together. When the space shatters, the boundaries of those celestial bodies will be exposed. We only need to accurately record the boundaries of the space at that time, and then follow these unreliable cracks to make a fuss. It will be twice the result with half the effort, and we don't have to worry about shaking the Heaven's Choice continent. Chapter 2372. There was no need to talk about the details now. Firstly, there was still time. Secondly, they couldn't casually make a plan without a field survey. That wasn't the attitude of a cultivator. Based on the current order of the collapse of the innate Taos, the collapse of the remaining 16 Taos was traceable. What was certain was that time and space would be the last few. In other words, this matter would be done before the new era. Just right. Just right to give bonus points to the cultivators. After a long time, who knew if the heavenly Tao would become muddle-headed? Kindness is easy to forget, hatred is mellow with time. They had to prevent the heavenly Tao from falling into the same old habits as humans. If everyone got bonus points, didn't that mean no one would get bonus points? Of course, there was a difference. It depended on how much effort each person put in. But there was one point. When it came to effort, who could compare to the few of them? Just like when a dynasty changed, there were many people who put in effort. In the end, wouldn't the ones who benefited be the leaders? If Lu Xiaoyi sat firmly on the throne, they would all be kings on par with each other. The benefits were huge. According to the usual practice, since Lu Xiaoyi proposed the goal of courting death, the details would naturally be completed by the military advisor Qing Xian. We can't be an armchair strategist. The three of us have already established our Taos for some time. This place is considered stable. Let's first go to the Heaven's Choice continent to investigate and get first-hand information. Then, we can consider the specific implementation process. There are too many details here that need to be perfected. Just gathering a large number of people to the Heaven's Choice continent is a big problem. We can't possibly let everyone fly over, right? Most of them won't be able to fly over in their lifetime. Qing Xian looked at Lu Xiaoyi. We'll go there to observe. You can set up your Tao tablet here. Anyway, you'll only cause trouble if you go over. Why don't you stay here and cultivate? You can't be careless with your sword Tao tablet. If you give up halfway, even the Heaven's Choice continent won't be able to save you. Shishi said faintly, Ma Lu, how do you know that he won't cause trouble if he stays here? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled and guaranteed, can't I just write a letter of guarantee? I guarantee that I'll be honest and guard the yellow dragon. I won't run around randomly. Before we have any progress on the Heaven's Choice continent, we won't cause any trouble. Qing Xian said in disdain, that's bullshit. If you're looking for trouble, that's for sure. What we're trying to say is, if you're looking for trouble again, deal with it yourself. Don't drag everyone down with you. The three of us aren't enough. The heavenly selection is too great, and it's not something that can be completed by just a few people. Should we pull in other close friends? Qing Xian shook her head, no hurry. There was still plenty of time. Moreover, senior sister, you must be mentally prepared. The trouble that this fellow has caused for everyone isn't something that can be solved with just a trip to Heaven's Choice continent. Who knows, we might have to run between Yellow Dragon and Heaven's Choice in the future. This is the first time the three of us are exploring this place, so we need to have a good foundation first. Next time, we'll pull in our good friends of the interior realm. We can't take all the good stuff for ourselves. Qing Xian Shishi was rational, but Yang Cheng was more emotional. He pulled Yang Cheng aside and stared at him. Little Yi, it's not like you to put in so much effort. Tell me, are you not optimistic about our Tao? Or do you want to do it yourself? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He still couldn't hide his thoughts from his senior sister, who looked carefree on the outside but was very careful on the inside. Senior sister, look at how much effort I've put in, but it actually didn't attract anything. Even if the Sword Dao tablet caused such a big commotion, no one seemed to care. Senior sister is actually very clear about the reason. The key is those few subversive great Daos, including senior sister's reincarnation. I don't know how they'll stop you. If no one stops you, of course I hope that senior sister can use it to establish your Dao. But if there's any accident, I'll take over. In front of those conservative forces, we're still very weak, so we have to leave a way out. Senior sister, I want you to promise me that if there's no other way, don't force yourself and change it to karma. Leave the rest to me. Yang Cheng looked at him as if she was looking at the high-spirited Li Wuya from 20,000 years ago. He was also so confident and fearless, as if it didn't matter even if the sky fell down. You're so sure that your new reincarnation is more profound than mine. And at the last moment, you don't need to polish, adjust, or improve, and you don't need the advice of many cultivators to get the approval of the heavenly Tao. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. Yes, I'm sure. Not only your reincarnation, but also Qing Xian's heavenly punishment. I can't tolerate failure, because we have no chance to remedy it. So I'm prepared to take over the 3 subversive great Daos at the critical moment. Yang Cheng took a deep breath. Good. I understand what you mean. Before you reveal your trump card at the last moment, you need us to cover for you. But let me tell you, if there's no accident, I won't let you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled brightly. Little Yi doesn't dare to snatch senior sister's things. I'll get beaten up. I just don't want senior sister to force it. The new era is coming. Everyone who survives has the right to enjoy the new cultivation system. I hope that when the time comes, there will be no less people around me. Otherwise, even if I achieve my goal, what's the point? I'm not really doing it for the common people, I'm just doing it for my family and friends. He wasn't worried about Qing Xian, because that guy had always been calm. When it was time to give up, he would definitely give up. He wouldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. Moreover, the heavenly punishment was forced on him by the universe's 3 Qing alliance. He was only worried about senior sister's stubborn temper. He was worried that she would use the swordsman's method of killing people on the Great Tao. That wasn't a good thing. Just as he said, after the new era, he hoped that everyone would be neat and tidy. Yang Cheng reached out and patted his head. Little Yi, you're too tired. You're thinking too much. Actually, can a human consider everything in the cultivation world? You'll lose yourself like this. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Senior sister, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I also know who I am. I've never forgotten. The 5 Rings group of 4 said their goodbyes in the Sword Dao Stele. The 3 of them left separately. They each used their own methods and quietly left their Dao Steles, leaving the land of the Yellow Dragon. This was also a very humane thing about setting up a Dao Stele. There was no need to guard the Stele and one could come and go as one pleased. However, if the Stele Erector wasn't around for too long, he would lose control of his own Dao Stele and lose the time to adjust his own great Dao. For some Dao Steles that didn't have a solid foundation, this was very fatal. However, the foundation of their Dao Steles was still relatively solid. With their foundation and strength, even without a freak like Lu Xiaoyi, they were still outstanding existences. They were also one of the most popular Dao Erectors. There were some things that needed people to do. Establishing Dao was a systematic project. There were things within the Great Dao, and there were also things outside the Great Dao. Things outside the Great Dao, such as packaging and rendering, were only basic methods. They were too shallow, and everyone was using them. Only the Heaven's Choice continent was a way for a few people to truly distance themselves from others. Lu Xiaoyi didn't exaggerate when he said that this was a great opportunity. Chapter 2373. Above the Immortal Court, the 35th Jade Clear Realm, Qingwei Heaven. This was a heavenly layer that only golden immortals could stay in, but at this time, Qingwei Heaven was not as prosperous as before. The scene of more than 30 carnate great Daos gathered together was no longer there, only a dozen or so great Daos guarding here alone. There was no trace of Qingwei Heaven. The golden immortals were not here, only the true meaning of the carnate great Dao was left here. The consciousness of the Dao realm was like a huge cloud, colliding and merging with each other, giving birth to countless specious things, disappearing and reappearing. At this realm, were the ones left here human or Dao realm? It was no longer important. To golden immortals, they had countless ways of existing, and they could no longer be measured by human methods. But the consciousness was here, and they were here. Among the 36 great Daos, 5 of them had the Dao realm of Zenith Heaven, but now, 2 of them were gone, and the fate of morality had long descended, leaving only 3 to rule everything here, the order of the entire cultivation world. The remaining 3 were the 5 elements, time and karma. Many great Daos had descended, and the reason was thought-provoking. To the 36 consciousnesses that had ruled this universe for nearly 10 million years, it was very difficult to accept that some of them were going to withdraw from the stage of cultivation history. No matter what, once it was maintained for a long time, it would become a matter of course. But this was the trend, and it was irreversible. The fate of morality had already taken a step, and some of them would follow in its footsteps. It was not appropriate to call them conservative. Even perfected Lord Yuanying could see the trend, so there was no reason that golden immortals could not see it. Their conservatism was not that they did not accept changes, but they hoped that such changes would not affect the overall structure of the carnate Great Tao. Part of it could be changed, but the key core could not be changed, and this was what they had to guard against. Everyone said that immortals were good, and they could do anything with a single thought. This was not the truth. The truth was that there were things in this world that they could not control. It was not a matter of ability, but even if you had the ability to do it, you could not do it with great fanfare and bare your arms. Because they had already turned into Tao, the Tao was them, and they were also Tao. They had broken away from the norm of humans, even if they could also have a human body. The great Tao itself was the strictest control of golden immortals. If you merged with the Tao, you had to abide by it. If you did not abide by the human nature, you would break away from Tao. The great Tao is also a shackle. Just like a captain steering a ship, you can decide many things, but you can never go against the laws of the sea. It was the same for the gold immortals. Their abilities came from the great Tao that they had fused with. Therefore, the great Tao was their restraint, and the great Tao was also their hands and feet. The method they used to control the lower realm was through the great Tao. There would never be a situation where a golden immortal wielded a saber to chop down a demigod. This was the immortal in the hearts of mortals. It was a silly version of a stage play, but it was not reality. What did a golden immortal do? They used their own innate Daos to control the acquired Daos that were formed from innate Daos. In other words, gold immortals could control true immortals and human immortals to a certain extent. However, it was not absolute. Some were disobedient, some were scheming, some were rebellious, some wanted to rebel, and some wanted to jump ship. After that, the true immortals and human immortals would go and control the various great Tao orthodoxies and major forces in the primary world. Layer by layer, they formed a strict system. Then, the demigods would control the true immortals. The true immortals would control the Yuanying. The Yuanying would be fierce to the Jindan. The Jindan would roar at the Foundation establishment. The Foundation establishment would abuse the Qi refinement. The Qi refinement cultivators were the unluckiest. The big fish would eat the small fish, and the small fish would eat the shrimps. This was the system principle of the cultivation world. Challenging people of a higher realm and managing people with long arms were taboo in the cultivation world. Of course, this was not absolute. There were also those who were disobedient, those who had ulterior motives, those who were rebellious, those who wanted to rebel, and those who wanted to jump ship. This created a wonderful and colorful world of cultivation. At the level of a golden immortal, they rarely paid attention to a specific event, specific period, or specific airspace. They controlled the overall situation, the direction, the trend, and the future plan that could easily last tens of thousands of years. When they made a certain decision, outsiders would often be baffled. They did not understand why the great Tao would change like this. Then, tens of thousands of years later, they would know, oh, so this was the reason. For example, when the five elements Daoist master adjusted the ratio of the power of the five elements, the effect gradually appeared 10,000 years later. The plants in the various astral realms were lush. Was this the true intention of the five elements Daoist master? No. The vegetation was lush, and the living conditions of living creatures improved. After tens of thousands of years, the population increased, and the demon beasts had more room for development. Was this the true intention of the five elements Daoist master? No. The demon beasts grew stronger, and the threat to humans also increased. The human cultivation forces began to shrink. Was this the true intention of the five elements Daoist master? No. The human cultivation forces shrank, and the upper realm was further suppressed. The situation of the immortal court changed subtly. In the myriad immortal assembly that was held once every million years, the five elements Daoist master was given an extra immortal peach. This might be a metaphor, but it was actually the principle of the golden immortal. If you had not lived for hundreds of thousands of years, you would not know what he wanted to do. However, the change of the era disrupted the usual rhythm of the golden immortals. They found that the goal that originally needed tens of millions of years to plan had been compressed to 20,000 years. The initiator was the Lord of Morals, Li Wuya. It was not that the golden immortals were not prepared for the change of the era. They were prepared. However, the mistake was that they did not have enough time to prepare. Li Wuya suddenly exerted his strength and compressed their plan that spanned millions of years to 20,000 years, or even shorter. After the Daoist Master of Destiny hit them while they were down, a few thousand years was not enough for the golden immortals to make long-term plans. Everything became urgent. There were many unsatisfactory things, many loopholes, many compromises, and many dismantling to make up for the mistake. Because the great Tao was not something that could be achieved overnight. They understood this too well. What do you think of the sword Tao Steely? A deep aura. The wings have been formed, and they are unstoppable. Another aura replied. They should not be blocked. Because this block is blocking the momentum of the people. This child used the momentum to rise. It seems to be fooling around, but there is a deeper meaning behind it. The last aura said. However, the one with the most momentum might not necessarily succeed. This is the true meaning of concealing one's strength and biding one's time. This momentum will stop at the change of the era. Therefore, let him be. When the various Taos return to their positions and take what they need, these people will turn from challengers to Tao guardians. This spirit and momentum will naturally collapse. What is there to fear? The sharpness of the sword Tao is exposed, but it does not harm the foundation. More importantly, there are a few great Taos that are very troublesome and will cause damage to the foundation of my great Tao. Devour, heavenly tribulation, and the new reincarnation. I have to keep an eye on these great Taos. Tell them that if they have no choice, I don't mind using some method. Chapter 2374. Lu Xiaoyi began to concentrate on his sword Tao Steely. Since he had started, he had to do it perfectly. It was not entirely for concealment, but also for the possibility of achieving Tao. Things that were purely spiritual did not have complicated details, nor did they have a huge spiritual system. It was simple to the point of being straightforward, direct to the point of being rude. It was to draw the sword. But the sword here was no longer a narrow flying sword, but a spirit that dared to question, to overthrow, and to innovate. It could be reflected in all aspects of cultivation. It was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. He was very clear that it was not the true essence of this spirit to hang on with the change of the era. Otherwise, once these people achieved their goal, Once this period of time passed, they would give up this spirit. This was not the true spirit of Sword Tao. So, what he wanted to do here was to extend this spirit and become the spiritual guide of cultivation in the future era. This was not originally in his plan, but the popularity of the Sword Tao stele gave him a new understanding. He also saw the possibility of carrying out a spirit that could only exist in the short term. Humans were eager for quick success, especially in the face of huge temptation. He had a lot of things to do to turn a short-term impulse into a long-term spirit. From a tactical point of view, this was probably his best method of concealment. Regarding this, he did not try to hide it. Whether it was the old friends who came or the new friends who just came, he would tell them all his ideas completely, hoping to get the greatest support and help in the promotion of his ideas. Some refused, some did not agree, but most of the cultivators still had a supportive attitude. After reaching this level, their understanding of Tao was no longer superficial. The so-called vision of a great cultivator was not a joke. In this kind of contact, the Sword Tao stele's Tao Qi canopy rose steadily, and still maintained a jaw-dropping growth rate. It became the most dazzling one in the land of the Yellow Dragon recently. It was not until a few years later that the growth rate began to slow down. But this did not mean that the potential of the Sword Tao stele had been exhausted, but that the existing cultivators in the land of the Yellow Dragon had been exhausted. If they wanted to increase it, they could only wait for more cultivators to come. Unlike the other great Taos that were approved by the heavenly Tao and recognized by humans, the Sword Tao tablet, which was a pure spiritual willpower type, had a very vague recognition from the heavenly Tao. Its existence was more supported by human cultivators. Therefore, the Tao Qi crown finally stopped at a height of 120,000 feet. It was still far from those innate Taos that had a strong foundation. It wasn't because there were fewer people supporting it, but because it lacked the recognition of the heavenly Tao. How to get the approval of the heavenly Tao was a very troublesome problem. Lu Xiaoyi did not start on the second and third steles. It was still early, and there was no need to be impatient. It was far from time to reveal his true intentions. On this day, he was meditating in the Tao stele when a familiar guest barged in. That's a good move. Just the Sword Tao tablet alone has attracted so much attention. Just the side Tao is already so impressive. When the real Tao is brought out, I wonder what kind of scene it will be. The person who came was very polite. To him, it was not often that he complimented others. Lu Xiaoyi faintly smiled. Fellow Daoist Center thinks too much. This is my righteous path. Thank you for reminding me of the fifth ring. It's very important to me. I can't thank you enough. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I wonder why you're so late. Daoist Center smiled. It seems like you've approved of this humble Daoist's qualifications for the exchange. Lu Xiaoyi did not avoid the question. It's not approval. It's just that you've already made your move, but I haven't yet. Daoist Center understood that this swordsman was still on guard against him. He would rather exchange one thing for another than take credit. In other words, he could ask the swordsman for help this time, but if he asked again, he would have to show his sincerity. It was a very snobbish way of doing things, but for their current status, it was the safest and most practical way. At this point in their cultivation, they were only 2 steps away from ascending to immortality. Who would be willing to step into someone else's quarrels? Even if it wasn't a trap, it would still bring about karma. It would only do more harm than good. Based on his temperament, this swordsman's way of doing things was exactly what he wanted. If it was too intimate, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Thus, he didn't beat around the bush. Do you know anything about the netherworld? Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. I know nothing. Daoist Center nodded. That's true. It's normal for cultivators from the lower realms to not know much about it, because it's something that the Immortal Court has been working on for the past several 100,000 years. It's something new, and it's neither perfect nor against the rules. It's a field that's still being explored. Since you don't know anything about it, I'll explain it to you. The two of them asked and answered questions in the Sword Tao stele, opening up a field that Lu Xiaoyi had never come into contact with in his entire life. The netherworld is a myth that first appeared in folklore. It's also a strange story in the human universe. In the mortal world, the stories of gods and monsters are usually just rumors spread by chance. The more widely it spreads, the more it adds in the mortal's own understanding of the cultivation world. In the eyes of true cultivators, it's very funny. In a top-notch cultivation realm like yours, there are very few such legends. That's because mortals usually come into contact with a lot of cultivation matters, and their lives are closely related to cultivation. When it's close to the truth, there are very few distortions, and it's not strange at all. However, this kind of universal cultivation realm is very rare. For the vast majority of human planets, low to no spiritual vigor is the mainstream. It's just that cultivators like you basically don't understand it, because cultivators always have to move forward. There's no reason to turn back. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He came from a lower 3 stars, so he could empathize with Daoist Center's words. In a planet with low spiritual vigor, it wasn't easy to see cultivators, so of course there was no way to understand it. Thus, it became a phenomenon that became more and more mysterious as it spread. Daoist Center smiled. But humans are such a strange race. Even if they can't cultivate and don't have the conditions to do so, their thoughts can still be as wild as a steed soaring across the sky. They can create a colorful world of gods and monsters for you. They can even create a system for you out of nowhere. Well, it's mainly those down-and-out literati who can't achieve high or low positions. They're good at writing, but they don't have the ability to pass the imperial examinations, and they don't have the strength to carry a plough into the fields. So they do their best to search for some scattered folklore in the mortal world and polish it themselves. They come up with a lot of jokes that make cultivators not know whether to laugh or cry. For example, do monsters necessarily eat humans? In fact, they don't know that since the beginning of cultivation, the number of monsters eaten by humans is countless times greater than the number of monsters eaten by human. Chapter 2375. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Maybe they think that monsters like to bully mortals? Daoist Center snorted. Bully mortals? Then wouldn't it be worse for humans to bully mortal beasts? That's not the point. Humans have always thought of themselves as the highest level of living beings. Because they have words, because they have inheritances, because they no longer act on instinct. That's why humans think that it's normal for humans to eat beasts, because beasts aren't living beings in their eyes, but food. Of course, beasts can't eat humans, because humans are of a higher level, they're masters. Oh, I'm getting off track. Where was I? Lu Xiaoyi held back his laughter. This Daoist Center might be an old man of the immortal court. Even after becoming an immortal, he still had such independent thoughts. Just based on this point alone, he was worthy of being friends with. You just said that some destitute human literati rely on making up stories about immortals to earn a living. Daoist Center continued. Yes, I'm talking about them. But there's no shortage of such people in every realm. No matter where in the universe, no matter what nook or cranny, as long as there are people, there will be such writers. Don't underestimate the power of these people. I don't know how they do it, but their lousy stories and preposterous nonsense can actually break through the barriers of the void and spread certain legends to the entire universe. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. That might mean that there's a commonality in human imagination. Is the conscious and unconscious transmission of mortal culture also part of it? Daoist Center sighed. Among these nonsense, the most popular, most widespread, and most deeply rooted legend is the Netherworld Kingdom. Could it be that this originates from humans' fear of death? Their desire for reincarnation? Their pursuit of truth, kindness, and beauty? Their rejection of falsehoods? In any case, this legend is so widespread that it's even more widespread than the true legends of the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi was a little surprised. Could it be? Daoist Center snorted. Yes. Can you believe it? The wild imaginations of mortals can actually affect the thinking of golden immortals. Even those lousy pens could outline the future of the universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, for some unknown reason, a golden immortal proposed such an idea in Qingwei heaven. The excuse was nothing more than to share joy with the people. If the human cultivation ecology was described as a closed loop, then golden immortals should be the group closest to mortals, and so on. Since the netherworld was so popular in the mortal world, and there was such a market for it, why not go with the flow and do as they wished? It was to truly establish such a place, to continue the system of those lousy pen holders, and to create the netherworld. The benefit is that it can free the hearts of ordinary mortals. They will no longer be filled with fear of death, and they will turn to good and evil. It will promote the karma of good and evil, and it will make the human world more harmonious and beautiful. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. As expected of a golden immortal. His thinking is so high. Daoist Center was disdainful. Superior. Tall. Later on, I understood that it was not the feelings of golden immortals and saint. It was that some people were worried about the future order of cultivation. Now it seems that they were worried that they would lose their privileges in the new era. Because cultivators have reincarnation, they can comprehend their previous lives, but mortals can't. They live a mediocre life and don't know what their previous lives were. They can only guess whether it was a horse or a cow, a pig or a dog, good or evil. Such a system has loopholes, because it is not equal. It will affect the cornerstone of the entire great Tao of reincarnation. In order to make up for the loopholes, the immortals figured out such a way to let mortals experience the pain and joy of reincarnation. In this way, the heavenly Tao can't find fault with reincarnation, and the cultivator's reincarnation cultivation can continue like this, and finally form a cultivation class. In the attempt to reincarnate in the mortal world, the netherworld appeared. Lu Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing. The underworld did not exist in the first place, but was simply a fabrication made up by mortals. In the end, the immortals used it for other purposes to consolidate their own reincarnation order. Was this a precautionary measure against the changing of the epoch? It might be, and it might not be, because the reincarnation Tao was the Tao that was most affected by human factors among the existing innate Tao. It was also the Tao that was most likely to be taken advantage of. The rules of reincarnation were not naturally formed, but the product of millions of years of constant consideration, compromise by the golden immortals, especially the reincarnation Tao master. It should be said that the immortals still had a sense of crisis. They had been vigilant about the existence of the reincarnation Tao since hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the reincarnation Tao was insignificant in battle, it played an extremely important role in maintaining the order of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat incredulous. As you said, such a netherworld, under the control of the immortal court, is still not perfect after hundreds of thousands of years. Daoist Center smiled bitterly. This is not a realm. It is the entire universe of humans. Think about it, with such a massive scale, how are we going to establish a systematic underworld? Can it accommodate so many people? And it has to be similar to what those damned writers described. The key is, who is to be sent to manage such a netherworld? Lu Xiaoyi understood. Fellow Daoist, you are unwilling. Daoist Center's face was full of disgust. No one is willing. We were doing well in the immortal court, but we were demoted to that ghastly and dark place to manage some souls that should not exist in the world. Therefore, for hundreds of thousands of years, the managers of the netherworld were appointed by the immortal court, and they took turns to serve for 10,000 years. You can imagine how the immortals who were sent here felt. How could they do their best? The last batch was just in time for the change of era. Seeing that the immortal court was about to change, who would come to this nondescript place to waste time? When the new era came, it was hard to say whether the netherworld would still exist or not. Would we just stay here and wait for death? That's why I didn't want to come, so I was demoted to the lower realm. The story is unbearable to recall. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi had heard of this secret of the immortal court. Indeed, he couldn't blame Daoist Center for rebelling against the immortal court. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have come. They might as well have been demoted to the lower realm. At the very least, they would still have eyes and ears, and they could still come in contact with the cultivation world of the universe. There was still a chance for them to make a comeback. He was a little curious. What was the situation with this half-completed underworld? Although it was inappropriate to be curious about such a messy thing at this point in time, he could guess that Daoist Center had asked him to help with nothing more than this. It was hard to imagine that the Immortal Court had copied something that came from the imaginations of mortals just like that. However, he still had a lot of questions. Then, what kind of souls are in the netherworld? Are they ordinary people? Or do they include cultivators? Would all the dead go in and take a walk? Or do they have a choice? Chapter 2376. Daoist Center looked at him with admiration. This swordsman had hit the nail on the head. First of all, cultivators won't be in the same reincarnation law as mortals. That's our definition of entering the Tao. Once you start cultivating, you'll change your life. The Immortal Court defined it this way to encourage more people to cultivate. Secondly, not every mortal will enter the netherworld after death. They'll be too busy. When I was in the Immortal Court, I heard the true immortal seniors occasionally mention that the great Tao of reincarnation is the brightest in the Qingwei heavens. Because it's running at full power, it consumes a lot of energy and is very tired. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. He deserves it. Daoist Center also laughed. Originally, it was only controlling the reincarnation of cultivators, and mainly those above the Yuanying realm, so it was easier. Now, it's great. When dealing with all the living beings in the universe, including humans and demon beasts, the workload is more than 1,000,000 times greater. Therefore, the Golden Immortal's original intention was to deal with all the living beings in the universe, but they soon adjusted it to only deal with human. It still wasn't enough, and there were still too many. Therefore, they only took 10% of humans. If it was still too much, they reduced it again. Since the opening of the netherworld hundreds of thousands of years ago until now, reincarnation Daolord would shrink every once in a while when he couldn't take it anymore. Now, they only take 1/10,000th of a mortal's life and death. The 10,000th of the most evil and the 10,000th of the most kind and virtuous were sent into the netherworld as a testing ground in an attempt to find out the rules of the netherworld. When everything matured, they slowly expanded it and finally expanded it to the entire human race. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. What kind of screening method is this? Shouldn't they choose the most universal people? Because most of the people in this world are ordinary people. You choose the 10,000th of the most evil and evil people, and then add in the 10,000th of the most kind and virtuous people. What will happen? Is there any guiding law? I can tell you that they all have one thing in common, and that is that they're all paranoid and only think about themselves. Daoist Center spread his hands. You consider the problem from the perspective of human nature, while the Immortal Court considers the problem from the perspective of management. Their positions are different, so of course their views are different. With the 10,000th of the most evil and the most kind people, you can find out the limit of the netherworld's punishment and reward the good. Otherwise, how did the 18 levels of hell come about? How would he be sentenced? How to institutionalize all of this? Refinement. Could it be that they really had to station the cultivators one by one to investigate the cases? In order to straighten out the relationship between hell and hell in a short period of time, Qinyi would have to first establish a framework for the system, identify the boundaries of behavior, and then deal with the problems of most ordinary people. You're too idealistic, Superintendent. Lu Xiaoyi did not argue. It was meaningless. In fact, he was just guessing. His intuition told him that this was not the right thing to do. However, he had never been to the underworld, so he could not make any rash comments. After Daoist Center briefly introduced the netherworld, he finally got to the point. The era is about to change. None of the immortals are in the mood to manage the netherworld, even if it's just for show. I didn't go, so I was demoted. The next one was worried about being punished by the Immortal Court, so I held my nose and went. In the end, I broke my Tao and was eliminated after a few hundred years. What bad luck. This time, the immortal court could no longer find fault with me, and no one took the initiative to resist. In the end, everyone pretended to be ignorant and let the netherworld be in a state of laissez-faire. In any case, it's only 1 or 2,000 years. When the new era begins, the netherworld will disappear on its own. No one can blame this rotten debt, and no one will be implicated. This is the current situation of the netherworld. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Then, who's in charge of the netherworld now? It can't be that the evil and the good are self-governing, right? Daoist Center looked at him. This is why I'm here to ask for your help. I've been to the netherworld, and it's precisely because I hate the environment there that I've rejected it. But it's also because I've been there that I'm very worried about the current situation of the netherworld. He sighed. The Immortal Court established the netherworld to achieve its goal through the expansion of the reincarnation system. First, everyone's 5 fortunes and 5 virtues were judged whether a person was good or evil. There was a very specific standard for how good they were and how evil they were. After all, it's impossible for there to be such an organization that has the ability to judge everyone's good and evil. Therefore, in the early days of the netherworld's establishment, this system was actually a huge project that involved the cooperation of many innate great Taos. But now, the 5 fortunes are gone, and a very important reference system is missing. Later on, the 5 virtues were also gone, and the netherworld became completely blind. Without the foundation to judge good and evil, how was the netherworld going to recruit people? In order to maintain the basic operation of the netherworld, it could only recruit people randomly. In other words, after the 5 virtues were completely destroyed, the netherworld standard for recruiting people was no longer the best and the worst, but a random selection. The composition of the netherworld finally changed from the sharp opposition between good and evil to a 3-way tug of war, with ordinary people joining in the middle. That's when the trouble began. Daoist Center explained, the Immortal Court sent the immortals to control the netherworld in order to get the results. They didn't dare to imagine that the immortals would really work here without complaint and do their best. Therefore, they only cared about their own cultivation in name and left the specific matters to their subordinates. The so-called subordinates are the things in the legends of the mortals, such as the 10 kings of hell, the ox-head and horseface, the black and white impermanence, and so on. They all follow the script of the mortals. Don't they like this kind of thing? It's more ritualistic. As for how these people were selected, it's been a long time, and no one cares about it. It's probably because the immortals who were in charge of the first few rounds used some unknown method to find them, or maybe they just casually pointed at them and did it half-heartedly. After that, the immortals were too lazy to change. These so-called netherworld's bureaucrats didn't dare to do anything to the immortals in charge. At least, they were respectful and obedient when it came to dealing with the immortals. They had some ability to do things, and so they continued to be in charge. These people were the ones in charge of the netherworld. I don't know what they'll do without the supervision of the immortals, but based on my life experience, no matter if they're evil or good, once you give them a certain amount of power, they'll actually become the same kind of people. Daoist Center's expression became serious. The netherworld is a very special place. It's a special space that the Golden Immortals specially set up for the souls of mortals. In order to achieve their goal, they put a lot of effort into it. According to the information I received, the netherworld has been without an immortal for a long time, so the situation is very bad. If the mortals here are allowed to reincarnate, they'll hide their negative energy, which will be detrimental to the common people. They'll be the catalyst for disaster in the mortal world. I'll be honest with you. In order to succeed in becoming an immortal again, I need this kind of virtue. Therefore, I want to enter the netherworld as a non-immortal and completely solve the hidden dangers of the netherworld before the change of era. Are you willing to help me? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.